certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, 'cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen legs. to hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, or we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of the world that we defy. A solo ride of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last light.
Awakened in ruins to the echoes of pain. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Fields of the fallen and blood washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering. So
我知道你在想什么。
战胜他，并证明自己，击败强大的对手。
竞技体育要分出输赢。
想让自己更进一步吧，感觉人就是太难了。
冠军让全世界的人都知道我的存在。
想要在这个赛场上面奋斗，我一直打下去。
距离上次拿到银龙杯过去多久了
3年。
3个月，心情非常开心吧。
一切都是很平常的一件事情，就是感觉胜权在握了。拿第1个冠军可能是运气或者怎么样，我觉得拿第2个冠军就是自己有实力。
下一次捧起银龙杯会是今年夏天吗？
因为春季赛输了决赛嘛，这次夏季赛的目标就是冠军。
谁不想？
任何冠都没有用。
但是我的目标还远不止于此。
所有人都想成为冠军，但是冠军只有1个。你会为此付出超越其他人的代价吗？
我不认为这是代价。跟我的队友一起战斗，这就是最开心的事情。
5个人一起去跨过困难。
我相信我的队友，我的队友也相信我。
这银龙杯我不是1个人可以举起来。
向共同的目标去努力，去并肩作战。没有最好的个人，只有最好的团队。一起战斗吧！
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the LPL Grand Finals. I am Lara Lunardi, and I will be your host for the day, joined by an incredible Des next to me with Trouble Inc. and Lyric. Hello.
So happy to be here. So happy that you are here. Who even are you, Lyric?
The thing I love about LPL and LPL Finals is you get to bring in new faces to partake in the fun, old faces to partake in the fun, and then, staples like yourself from
Are
this.
you younger than me?
Actually, right.
Who's that guy?
You know what? Yes.
I'll be the bridge.
God, every time. Here's the Mazel spotlight. Welcome.
I'm excited to
How
be
did
here.
you get here?
I just
Or
magically
I looked
appeared
to the
somehow.
side and you were just
you click
here.
your feet together a couple times, and all of a sudden I just appear when LPL's around.
That sounds good. All right, guys. Well, everyone's excited? Everyone's ready to see some BLG versus Weibo Gaming?
We were
Yeah.
remote, all split. And now we
would've
get to be in
thought?
person.
Now we're together.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at the match grand finals. BLG versus Weibo Gaming.
As funny as it seems, I feel like obviously a lot of people expected BLG to be all the way in the finals for summer. Weibo Gaming have actually earned themselves that spot in the finals to face up against BLG again in these playoffs. But very importantly, we also have some really cool qualifiers that will eat us up to the seeds that will go to Worlds from the LPL.
Yeah, I think it's always so fun to take a look at the regional qualifiers and see what all is in store. We obviously still have a lot riding on this last series as well to get into that, but there's a lot of fun in store over the next 4 days.
Yeah, and again, it's just kind of crazy to look at the bracket and just the amount of talent on each of these rosters, the amount of talent on each of these teams. Like, I could have imagined pretty much any of them being able to make it to that final, but all of them still having a chance to make it to that World Championship.
Yes, and very importantly, let's take a look at the championship points. BLG at the top, well, making it through.
Yeah, and for the stakes today, if BLG can beat Weibo, Top Esports will automatically qualify as that second seed. We can see them there with 150 championship points. But if Weibo can take down BLG, then they'll be able to steal that spot from under them and send Top Esports into the qualification.
So you're telling me that if I'm a Top Esports fan, I need BLG to take another trophy so that Top Esports don't have to play through the qualifiers for a chance at Worlds, but to actually solidify their spot as second
and
seed.
also,
Absolutely.
if you're a Top Esports fan, you should want Weibo to lose anyway, considering that Weibo is
They
the one
beat you, right?
who sent them out of playoffs.
You're preying on their downfall, I guess.
Yep.
Hey man, if you can't beat them, you have to join them. But here it's the opposite, right? For Top
Yeah.
Esports.
Oh, look
wow,
at all the
Worlds.
qualified teams. This is what we're going to be seeing at Worlds this year. I love the LEC teams are in there already. What are we thinking? What are we thinking that the LPL is going to end up bringing?
Honestly,
The difficult question straight away.
Yeah, sorry, but
it's one of those ones where I look at all these teams, I'm feeling pretty good for LPL, but then, you know, you look at that first one, you look at the LCK, you see Gen G, and that's really where a lot of the fear has to be. But again, I think we're going to have to take a lot away from today. How clean can BLG be? Can Weibo maybe find the upset? I'm sorry, guys, over in the LEC.
I'm just to
Don't
say,
look at me.
I'm proud of the LCS representatives so far. We'll see as well. But I think it really is about we haven't necessarily seen consistency from a majority of our teams in the upper echelons of the LPL this split, which I feel like is a very stark contrast to what we've seen in the past. So we really need to see some of that pick up here and see who our last three are
when
going to
LPL
be.
teams are struggling going into Worlds, that's when they do the best.
It
at Worlds.
works.
So you guys are telling me that Top Esports is going to win Worlds? All right, bet. I'm sold. I'm sold. They're struggling right now, so they're winning Worlds. Sure.
well, let's see what ends up happening. There's still plenty of road ahead of us before we make any decisions. But I do think that today we should be talking about the obvious suspects. We have Weibo Gaming and we have BLG, and we need to understand who these teams are so the people at home know what they're going to be watching today. So let's bring up BLG if we may. I would love to understand and break down the team a little bit.
I mean, usual suspect, right? You guys
Yes.
have seen them for longer than I have.
Yeah, I think BLG has been such an interesting story as well in recency, not only coming off their first championship last split, but also trying to create a new era for themselves in some way and trying to solidify a roster that has been so strong and has been looking for that praise.
And it's a stacked roster, as we can see by the stats on our screen, right? I mean, when you think about the roster, Bin, Knight, Elk, On, some of the best players in their role. Hell, for my money, Bin was the best player in LPL this split. Just an absolute monster. And then when you go to the side of Weibo, it has been a bit surprising that you look at the names. You have Tarzan, you have Shahu, so many star-studded players, not putting up the same numbers, but still able to make it here to the finals.
This is where you look at the stats and like, these stats are lying. These guys are in the finals for a reason, right?
Look at that win rate lead at 15, though.
I know.
Them and Top Esports were at
Do
it
you
neck and
remember
neck.
when we were casting Weibo and we literally had our eyes on that 15-minute mark because they could not turn around a game to save their lives. But if they were ahead, it was no problem at all.
But you know what? It worked this
Yeah.
far, so, you know, good for them. I am happy to see that, you know, that maybe today things might not work out the same way, given that BLG is so strong later on, but let's see. So, guys, let's think about the context of this match today. We have BLG, which has a lot of newer players, younger roster, right? And then we have Weibo Gaming with the seasoned veterans, let's put it that way. So, given the context of this matchup, how does the history of the LPL take us all the way here? Lyric, historians, please. You guys know a whole lot about this.
Yeah, I mean...
Shall we give them the recent history first?
Yeah.
I'll tell
Yes.
you how they ended up here.
Sure,
It was a 3-0 stomp by BLG.
Yeah.
And the funniest part about that series is that people were like, give us so many games of like game number 3. Because I
It
feel
was
like
so
Weibo
good.
Gaming, they're like, okay, we can't beat you on macro.
Yes.
We can't outhand you. How can we throw you off your game to try and pick up one of that in this series? And that was just a bloodbath. But yeah, please do take us through the history because that's how we got here. But where did we all start?
Yeah, it's kind of crazy when you look at the LPL, right? Because we've had so many eras over the year, you're thinking about teams like OMG starting up in 2013, really being able to dominate, then moving into RNG, EDG, which I think still a lot of people, when they think about the LPL, they think about RNG versus EDG, how many times they went head-to-head. And that's when things started to get a little bit messy, Mazel, right? We had IG, we had FPX, it really wasn't a team leading the charge. But then 2020, things started to change.
We had a new era of sorts as well with JDG and Top Esports, and it was such an interesting factor to see them go back and forth, have that rivalry built within the league itself, and have so much community backing behind it. Obviously, it's been a little while since we've seen the back-to-back fights of these two teams, but that was a significant part of the history of the LPL, and it's really cool to see that we can continue to have big moments and big new eras in the LPL, at least starting to bubble up.
What would you guys call the new era of the LPL that may be coming up?
The worst generation?
The worst generation?
What?
One Piece
I was gonna say, I kind of love the One Piece reference. I kind of love it.
Maybe the sound of it's a little bit harsh, you know?
If you haven't watched One Piece,
If you haven't watched
I guess.
if you haven't watched One Piece, you don't understand. That's on you.
I'm sure every single person that's watching the broadcast. For sure.
I've not watched it. I've only watched the new series that came out.
I still feel like it's too early to really like think about what this next era could look like. Even, you know, again, BLG coming in as the heavy favorites, even if they win today, then seeing what happens at Worlds, because again, Weibo somehow always seem to be a team that can show up at international tournaments better than LPL teams, and yeah, things can just be really crazy over these next couple months.
Well, guys, if we can take a look at the teams, we need to take into account what is the most integral part of each team. Of course, every player is important. Every player is going to bring their own spice or whatever it is that they made to get the win. But if we are taking a look at the mid lane, for an example, we have here Xiaohu and we have Knight. We have two players that have, well, both perform very well, but they also have very different backgrounds, right? One is up and coming, 2019 first title for Knight, and well, Xiaohu has been around and causing, you know, quite the stir in the league for a very long time. So if we can take a look at the players, starting off with Xiaohu.
Damn, this guy's bedazzled.
Yes, he does have a lot of seasoning on him.
And
yeah, like
it's kind of crazy, right? Because I still feel like when a lot of people think of Xiaohu's success, they probably think about like earlier RNG, things like 2018 when Uzi was on that roster. But this man has been able to continue being an absolute monster into, you know, 2021, 2022. And Georgia wasn't even just in one lane.
That's why I've added like top lane right there, because this is so important. The dude was considered the best top laner in the world on that MSI tournament. His Lucian, some Syndra that you mentioned as well.
Oriana top.
His Gnar was actually legendary as well, because we can talk about all the mid laners that he brought over to the top lane as a mid laner, right? But in his own right, he actually got molded into that top lane, and I feel like his Gnar was like such an incredible addition to that pool as well. And like, if anyone knows how to play side lanes, it's this guy. He's been on every side lane.
Exactly, and the most important thing about this is Xiaohu is currently leading in LPL titles. He's tied with Clearlove.
Yes.
He'd be able to push himself into that sole like first place title position, and that's something that's super cool to see and really shows that longevity.
And it's also not only that, but it's the command this guy brings to the table, right? We know him from RNG for being a general there with Ming, and to see him kind of continue that onto another roster, onto this new legacy he's trying to build with Weibo, it's perfect.
And now on the other side, we have, you know, slightly less experienced, but very, very reliable mid laner as well. If we can bring up Knight, you guys maybe can walk me through a little bit of his past.
Yeah, Knight coming in 2019, being with the Suiting organization, not really working out before he moved over to Top Esports, and Top Esports built their whole team around this guy. That's where he was able to get that first title in 2020. But
say their symbol has something to do with the dude.
But again, it wasn't just about Top Esports for Knight. He's been able to get a lot done since that time.
And it's the consistency. I mean, across multiple organizations, this guy is now fighting to beat Clearlove for the most consecutive LPL titles. It is incredible to watch the golden left hand work on so many different occasions.
I feel like the cool thing that you mentioned is how he has gotten all these titles in 3 multiple teams.
Yes.
He is the common denominator. He was in top esports.
That
in
JDG roster
in
last year,
BLG.
guys. That was a pretty good roster.
You know what I'm saying though, right? BLG started picking up victories when they got Knight in, when they swapped that piece out. It was their missing piece. We talk about BLG and how they were looking for that road to relevance. And he was that key to that road to relevance.
Exactly. And like, I think even if you can be kind of a distractor like I just was, and be like, oh, look at all his rosters, look at the super teams. There's a reason why Knight is always put in the mid lane of these super teams, because he's been that best mid laner for the past few years.
Arguably, he's blocked a lot of super teams from winning as well.
Yeah.
So
Yes, very true. Well, I'm sure Knight has not accomplished this all by himself, but I'm thinking here, if these teams, you mentioned how important he was for BLG to actually become relevant. As we know, they had a little bit of a struggle this year, and they swapped the jungles. Well, actually, both teams had a swap, right?
Sorry, Mazel.
I love both of them. I love Wei. I
okay,
love
keep saying that to yourself. Please go on, Lara.
You know
I'll
what?
just be in my
It's
Cobian
perfectly
corner.
fine to love both, but we can't deny that they also bring a very different spice to the teams, right? Like, if we can talk a little bit about the matchup that we're going to be seeing ahead, Georgia.
I mean, the alarm started ringing for both of these teams. I feel like Weibo Gaming didn't have a good split over in spring. They're like, we need change, and we need it right now. By bringing in Tarzan, I feel like when you change that jungle piece, it's that one piece that can be all over the map, and it changes so much in terms of playstyle for any team. Weibo Gaming were desperately looking for someone to carry, and Tarzan is exactly that. And I don't necessarily usually bring stats up for specific players, but for these two, they speak miles.
Exactly. You know, he's been that carry. And I think the other impressive thing about Tarzan is, you know, even when he joined the roster, other members of Weibo were still having struggles. People like Xiaohu, Breathe as well in the regular season. But as he found his form and really propped up the team, the other individuals were able to step up as well. So it was nice to see overall. But man, Mazel, what Wei's been doing on BLG in these past two series has been insane.
Yeah, I think he brings such a level of control, such a level of interconnectivity to the team that it is felt immediately. You literally saw it in their first series, and it's been like that ever since. Also, the little shout out of the Xin Zhao for Wei, a classic of his all the way back on E-Star. But against my new age Jungle King and Tarzan, I don't know, it's going to be a tough task.
I feel like it's very interesting that a team like BLG needed someone that I call like Yankos, someone to stabilize the map, the Sejuani, the Maokai connoisseur, someone that will make the plays, that will see past them. He had so many moments where I remember Tien pushing him in his own jungle, level 1, pushing him out, taking his chicken, smiting, leaving, and it's like, this Sejuani is doomed. And then Wei brings it around literally a minute later with a triple kill bot lane, just because he can see that far into the future. He already knew he was ganking that bot lane. I feel like this is what BLG were missing in terms of stability. Shun was a very great carry player, but I feel like because the meta shifted just a little bit and BLG has so many carry players, they just needed that stability through their jungle.
It also gave them flexibility, right? Because Shun was just playing around bot lane, constantly playing around bot. We've seen Wei able to play around top side, enable bin more, but still also, if Elkinon want to go aggressive, they want to pull out something like the Kalista Renata, which we have seen in playoffs, he can still go for that heavy 3v3 style.
Very interesting. And a little bit more on the random side. I heard that the broadcast in China is using Munchable's tweets. Please, production, bring it up.
Absolute legend.
Look at this guy.
This man is just... You know, Munchables does not hold back his opinions on Twitter. I love the back and forth here of, how could you down Xiaohu, Munch? You've been here as long as I have. We've seen the highs. You know, sure, there were some lows. But again, this man, most LPL titles. Come on, Munch, step up. I'm glad you asked for forgiveness.
This tweet had me in the first half because it started had one of the worst years it had in recent history to become the absolution goal once when it matters the most.
Yeah.
I just think also the consistency that Xiaohu has had maybe isn't always there. But even if you look back to, again, that kind of command he brings to the table is so important in the LPL because things can get very chaotic, especially in these very bloodthirsty games, and he's somebody you definitely want to have leading the charge.
All right. Well, thank you, Munch, for your hot takes.
For your input.
Thank you for your input, and thank you guys for commenting on the
there.
input. He did have a... All right, guys. Well, it is almost time for the opening ceremony. What do you guys think we're going to be seeing? Anything exciting? Some
Weibo
crazy
versus
dance
BLG
moves? Yeah,
for
yeah,
sure.
obviously.
I just want to see a very competitive series. Even
Perfect.
though I did love the bloodbath of Game 3 that their previous series in the upper bracket semifinal was, I actually want to see Weibo Gaming being proper competitive with them, challenging them on the macro. They know how to play their side lanes, and BLG do too. But I'd love to see like a straight up challenge into that side lane, get the support roaming, force Wei out of his jungle, because he's very, very hard to deal with if you don't.
I want to see them all dancing in the opening ceremony. That's what I want. The gameplay stuff, yeah, that's pretty cool, but like...
Yeah, that's all right.
Who cares? Who cares about the game stuff?
We can get Crisp on stage, or we can feel these guys on stage.
You know, I don't appreciate that lyric, all right? I feel made fun of.
The thing about this series is everybody's going to think that BLG is favored. They should, right?
Yeah.
But every time Weibo steps up to the plate, it's a possibility.
Well, guys, we shall see how they are going to stack up today. Now, it is time for the opening ceremony, so take it away, guys. We're going straight to Nanjing, China. Nice.
有请2024英雄联盟职业联赛夏季赛总决赛的参赛队伍 ，BLG Gaming Dream Smart， Weibo Gaming 1010登场。
We'll
首先有请八方剑来神兵天将兵，利刃出鞘，尽展锋芒 ，Breeze。以凌云壮志，扬善战威名，威！用泰山之吻展骁勇之姿 ，Turn on！ 精彩绝艳为着，心无旁骛为定。Night， 谁敢横刀立马，为我虎大将军守护？旧梦中醒，唤出迷路之勇 ，L。登山长街漫漫，志在星辰大海。Light。以辅助之名助胜利之势，用帅气操作迎凯旋之时。曾划破黎明，已踏足山巅，今追梦不止，是雄心壮志。Chris。此刻，此地，2024英雄联盟职业联赛夏季赛总决赛的开战号角正式吹响，一场关于实力、信念与勇气的较量即将在舞台上展开。BLG 星际魅族和 WBG Tag Team 究竟谁将问鼎2024 LPL 夏季赛冠军？现场和屏幕前的召唤师们，让我们一起期待这场精彩的对决。LPL 无畏至巅峰。
南京，六朝古都，天下文书。 阳光洒满了城市的每个角落，夏河映日，绿树成荫。但万物终有尽头。秋日悄然降临之际，正值夏季赛迎来终章之时。金乌西坠，银龙将临。但正是夜色中，冠军之光才格外耀眼。冠军的光芒引领着向上的少年们步履不停，祈福的灯笼，愿他们今夜得偿所愿，不负光阴。
春季赛夺冠那天非常开心，那是属于我们5个人的胜利。
我们曾无数次接近顶峰，却无数次与他擦肩而过。但春天，我们捧起了银龙，
终于翻过了那座山峰。
没有人会长胜，跌跌撞撞，又何尝不是脚踏实地？
我们在一起打了20个大场，54个小局，
每一个小局都是一次证明自己的机会。我不想错过每一个机会。
做出改变也不是一件很容易的事，有阵痛，但很想赢。
我们相互扶持，为 BLG 披疆拓土，占得银龙。
小虎5个 LPL 联赛冠军头衔，今天他将迎来第6个联赛冠军，成为 LPL 历史上的第1人。
只要前路还有冠军，我就不会停。
Knight 今天的胜利将使他成为 LPL 联赛历史上第1个4连冠选手。
你的传奇之路上站着另一个传奇，今天只有一个能走下去。
没有一支队伍是靠运气就能走到决赛，靠的是数万个日夜的复盘和训练，
靠的是生而为赢，一往无前。
赢下一个冠军，也许是靠运气，但是赢下一个王朝，才是真正的实力。
11年来，银龙杯的光芒引领着一代又一代职业选手成为更好的自己，而今夏只有一支队伍能与之同辉。
Wow, what an opening ceremony!
Galio made an appearance once again.
Yes, he did.
Let's be honest, though. The most surprising thing, Breathe walking up and flexing the bin.
That's so true. I loved it, but also, like, honorable mention for the little fall on the stage.
You know
Yeah,
what?
I know.
It's best if you fumble on that stage than in games.
It's definitely not foreshadowing.
He's
Definitely not.
gotten it out of his system. Now he's locked and loaded.
All I'm saying is I hope no matter any of the signs, any of the foreshadowing, we do not get a 3-0. I want a banger series.
Me
I
too.
want to see as many games as possible. I want to see them both puts
And again, it's going to take people like Breed stepping up, Tarzan putting their best foot forward, Xiaohu able to neutralize Knight in the mid lane. But hell, you guys have been saying it all split long, right? Weibo have those moments. It's how they got here in the first place. So
Weibo has their
They might do the Weibo.
Yeah, it's actually crazy to me when joining the LPL, so many big names and so many are left out of the finals as well, right? But you've got international titles, you've got Xiaohu, you've got Crisp on Weibo. Surely, like if anyone, these guys will have to step up with their experience.
Absolutely. And now is the time to see who is actually going to be taking the Silver Dragon Cup home. Tossing to the casters, it is game time. Enjoy it at home.
Thank you so much, guys. Welcome to the Brickcast. We're here for our summer finals, and it is going to be a banger. It's BLG who started their era last year by beating Weibo 3-0. They finished that year by losing to Weibo in the World Semi-Finals, and here we are again with that same old matchup.
And can I just say, just a quick aside as well, I feel like between the three of us, we have the perfect amount of hair. Someone here thought that Top Esports would be there, wouldn't you?
Like, it's going to be a hard-boiled series, that's all I'll say.
It was great shaving it, by the way. It was a good amount of fun.
That.
Not a problem, man. Not a problem.
Yeah, professional barber over to my right to deal with this. Look, Top Esports didn't make it. I'm paying for that. But you know what? Weibo are not paying for that. They deserve to be here. That series was phenomenal. And I will say, that man on your screen right there, Breed, stepped up massively for that lower bracket fight.
Particularly when you're against a player like Bin as well. And we heard a lot of this on the desk in terms of like, well, okay, Weibo, how the heck did they get there? Because they're Weibo. This team always manages to give us a surprise like that. But now they're here in this finals against BLG, who are, I mean, make no mistake, they are favorites. You need a lot of these players with so much experience between all of them to step and either neutralize or just really hammer home their own advantages when they find them.
And I think a lot of this series is going to be about surviving that early game in particular, right? BLG still are, you know, they're kind of the best at everything, yes, mid-game, early game, but I feel like, to me, if Weibo can actually go into these mid-game fights at, you know, even if they're within 1,000 gold of BLG, they're going to look for these weird angles where Breed tries to get this awkward flank that makes things very difficult for the backline of BLG to actually deal with the rest of Weibo.
So then that's step one. Step one, survive the early game through those kind of methods you were talking about. Then after that, it goes into the mid game. Both of these teams love their side lanes and they are great improvisers. When one person gets ahead sizably on either of these teams, they become the main character of their team. I think both these teams are very adaptable. If you see Bin or Elk or Knight get ahead, they become the main character. Same kind of thing for Weibo with Breathe or Xiaohu. Both of these teams know how to roll with the punches.
Gotta say, I'm just hoping for a repeat of game number 3 of that first series between these two teams. It was an absolute fist fight, more than 2 kills per minute. I'd love for 5 of those. I'm not sure if my voice can take 5 of those, but here we go. It's time to begin. BLG on our blue side, and straight away, respect to Tarzan with the Nidalee map.
Yeah, a lot of respect on both sides as well. BLG not going to be handed over. Rumble, Maokai, and more importantly to me, the Corki has been removed away. So many times we've seen this go through. It's got a ridiculous record in playoffs. It's about 20-8 as we move into first pick. Let's see what BLG go. A lot still on the table.
Yeah, well, the Lucian's gone too. BLG were banning the Lucian on blue side. The Corki's gone. The Zeri's the last, like, S-tier AD carry mid. Yes, the Tristana's available, but Tristana's been much less powerful since those nerfs.
We've seen Tristana still being able to have a good matchup into that Zeri, though. I mean, we saw Cream getting solo killed by Xiaohu on that Tristana, so it's just going to be the Croc. It's always the Croc, no matter the year, no matter the meta. LPL B1 Renekton, it never goes away.
But also it's Bin, and I think he's just the best Renekton player in the world. Incredible. He's so confident in just about every single matchup. Very happy to take it into harder matchups as well. And I mean, if Breathe just instantly replies with something like this, Jackson then go into a Sejuani, that would be awesome, but I think we're going to stop away from that for the time being.
Yeah, so there will be different options he can look towards later. We hover the Jax. I wonder whether the Cannon could have been an option too, but the Ziggs has already been locked in. For me, that's also a big takeaway away from Elk. We have our resident Elkenheimer here on BLG, who has shown us how to handle those explosives. We talked about that Zeri before. Ziggs and Zeri, both really good takeaways from BLG, while also being powerful for Xiaohu and Light.
Sway looking towards the deer in the jungle. It's been such a potent pick. To be honest, I think that this is a pick that we could see rise in priority throughout the series. We have seen in previous series that Lilia has been first pickable. Sway can certainly take over a game on that jungler. We've seen the Nasus as an answer. I don't know if you want to go blind.
So this is the thing, if you remember, there's a lot of social media stuff about how Nasus, point and click, the whip is very powerful into the ADs. Fun hover, not going to get it here. It's just going to be the Smolder answer for now into Zeri, so matching scaling in the middle.
Yeah, but particularly Smolder into Zeri has a really good level 1 matchup. And ever since the Q buffs came through for Smolder, he can actually trade quite well there. So Knight, we'll see what he can do in that early lane. Now we see what Breathe is going to do in this top side. Everyone else has had to have their fun, and we did say, oh, is there going to be the Jax? Is going to be the Cannon? There's also the K'Sante as well, if you just want to survive and be useful in those team fights. We talked up about this top lane matchup a lot, and there is some skill expression here still.
I would say, just talk to me a little bit more about that mid lane, because we've seen Smolder elsewhere in the world. There's been very little Smolder mid in the LPL.
Yeah, because we've seen it there and abouts, but it really was teams like KT Rolster and a few other teams playing that through the rest of the things. And ever since Smolder got the slight Q buff, he gets 5 damage at each rank of his Q and used that multiple times in a trade. It means that Zeri, particularly at level 1, doesn't really get to trade that hard. Level 2, level 3, yeah, it could get a little bit more rough, but as long as Smolder can get access to that wave, you can do pretty okay with that. And plus, you've already got the Lilia who can run across the map. It's pretty good in terms of your jungle supporting that lane too. As it stands, BLG, they have a lot of support here for the Smolder. Just make sure it'll just get through the early game fight.
Yeah, second ban phase here now. AD is being targeted by Weibo. I think it makes a lot of sense. We've seen Elk and on things like the Kalista and Renata before to try and really power through some of these attempting to nullify lanes. So I'm not surprised that Weibo moved that away. I wonder if they're going to go towards the Ezreal. No, it's the Leona, so perhaps they're not necessarily looking for that. They're going to look to give Chris R5 potentially, lock in something for Tarzan super early on, and that's where BLG are currently targeting the Ivern first ban right now.
Coming into this series, I was really wondering what would happen with the jungle matchup. Zyra also not been touched in this, and I was wondering whether Way or Tarzan would just immediately snap that up. You see that BLG ban Ivern whenever the enemy team is an Ivern team. And you can see right now, they're not actually going towards a lot of the carry stuff. I mean, the Nidalee was banned out earlier, but they haven't focused away stuff like Brand or Zyra, which we saw for a lot through summer. Yeah. Tarzan will have some of those carries available to it.
Yeah, so my expectation here would be Brand if it was anyone but Tarzan. And again, Zyra is kind of the thing that you would probably expect them to go towards the most. Hovering over the Rel at the minute, they're not going to give Crisp R5. They're actually willing to give Tarzan view of the entire composition, and this says to me that they don't care necessarily about the support matchup, and they want Tarzan as comfortable as possible for this opening game.
There is some danger here now, though, because you are going to get counterpicked by Elkadon in bot lane. What are the teams which will really just run you through in that bot side? There's a whole load of hobbits. They have plenty of options, so I don't necessarily want to talk about them. Wow. Very surprised that the Ashe made it through the ban phase too. That's made its way all the way through.
Look at this. It's Kai'Sa with a Smolder. This is full, stay away, just throw our abilities and watch you slowly whittle down. On with an Alistar available against Arel. Feels like a comfortable pick. It's feeling solid for BLG, and now Tarzan has to answer. The R5 pick, you guys already talked about the Brand. What other options are there?
It also just makes even more sense now. I mean, Karthus is there, yeah, if you want it. Zyra, I think, good into this Lilia early on, more because you can build up a bit of a tempo lead 1-to-1 in the early stages if you're talking just the 1v1 jungle matchup. But I think later on it does struggle to kind of lock down that Lilia. That's what we're going to see locked in here.
Okay, with Zyra locked in now as well, I think when you start looking through at the entirety of these drafts, Weibo have really good disengage. If you start flying in with Lilia being close range, trying to flash in for Qs, Kai'Sa flying in, Renekton and Alistar obviously too, if the Zyra ult gets good value, if K'Sante can start pushing people out of the fight, you can buy a lot of time for the carries to do some work. So BLG, there's an onus on them to be aggressive but clinical when they are doing so. Luckily, that's something which BLG are really good at. They have a lot of tools to be aggressive. They just need to be very aware. If they misstep, the disengage is going to slap them back really hard.
I feel like earlier as well, you guys were talking about the 2v2. This draft from Weibo screams that they want to focus on that bottom line, right? You've got a Ziggs, you've got a K'Sante up top who's happy to just weather the storm. It feels like Weibo are running straight at that bottom lane.
I'd like to hope so. for game number 1 as well.
BLG ever ran bot lane before? Have they ever 3v2 bot lane?
But also I think just more specifically to set the tone of the series, right? Game 1 can be very important. Now, I'm not going to be a complete game on Andy, because we've seen teams completely dominate game 1 to then get completely smashed for the rest of the series. It has happened plenty of times, but I think if I'm BLG here, I want to set the record straight from the beginning, and I think something like a Kai'Sa and Alistar, you can really take over. Even though Ziggs is kind of picked up to try and just wave clear through these early stages, you definitely can run over a lane like that.
Yeah, so we've set out a lot of different points. Weibo, they need to survive the early game of BLG. Well, we'll have to see whether BLG can survive the early game of Weibo on the other side. They also have their own guns to bear. I think the jungle pathing is a place I'm going to have a lot of thoughts about too, but once it gets through to those real scrappy engaged plays later on, need to see whether we're going to see, a Game 3 experience the last time that these teams met up. We could really see blood flowing very, very quickly.
And I will say, it's one of those things where when you've got things like Kai'Sa and Smolder in the game, while they're not the greatest early skirmishers, if Smolder gets to sit in those fights early without going down, like the free scaling of that passive can be
just
really
ka-ching,
lethal.
stack, ka-ching, stack.
Stack, and then you see these really frustrating to play against games where all of a sudden
Really?
Smolder's hit 2-2-5 stacks at like 19 minutes, right? It does happen every now and again, even in pro, so you have to be careful about where you choose to pick your skirmishes, especially around that Smolder. Yes, you can win them very easily, he might not have a lot to offer, but it's about thinking about the compound interest, I suppose, of this passive later on.
Well, the trophy is lit up, the picks are locked in. I think we're about to head into game number 1 of our LPL Summer 2024 Finals. Both of these junglers coming in to save the day for their organizations. Tarzan joining and becoming the absolute MVP of Weibo. Wei replacing Shun, who was such an integral part of BLG, but has transformed this team now, both with a carry to head into game number 1. We've seen this matchup before, but Weibo, they want to change the future. It's absolute chaos. I have no idea which Gyro was for which team.
I want everyone to know there are giant drums in the audience to help people know when it's happening, and we still get chaos in the crowd for the Gyros for our first time of the day.
Look, Nanjing, they're new to this. It's not been to this arena yet, so the crowd just warming up. We often have some dodgy
That
Gyros
was
to
the
start.
warm-up. Game 2, the Gyros would be in sync.
That's when we judge it.
Exactly. But yeah, starting things off here, Weibo, top side for Tarzan, looks like he's just going to be clearing down. Wants to support Light and Chris potentially on this full clear. We'll keep our eyes on exactly where they go 1-to-1, but for now, both on this top side.
And a big part of that is, of course, Joe, you were mentioning the fact that both of these junglers are replacements coming into for these various rosters, and they have been so good at directing these teams in the early game from the first clear. And a lot of what helps that is doing stuff like getting those early wards in. This game, we didn't get those early wards into any of the camps. Both these junglers running straight towards bot lane as it seems right now. They'll probably just be doing that full clear towards bot side. Tarzan wasn't interrupted on his Zyra seeds as well, so he'll be very, very quick to get towards bot side.
Pulverized to start the laning phase on that bottom side. Elk managing to get all 3 of the melees. Wasn't sure if he was going to do it there for a second, but works out for him. Oh, it feels tense already. I know that it's finals. I'm just getting the jitters that we always get at the start of finals. But this matchup in the top side is going to be crucial. Last time around, let's be honest, Breathe got kind of destroyed by Bin. Bin's got that croc again. We know he can take over a game.
Yeah, we know he's really good threatening on the side lane, though I do wonder, even if Bin does get ahead in this game on the side lane, how much impact he's going to be able to have through the top and the bot side once we get to the mid game, because you're going to have to deal with the wave clear regardless of a Xiaohu on this area, or of course the Zigzags. Oh, headbutt pulled back.
It's level 2 spike here, but it's hit by Crisp and Light as well. Half of Crisp's health gone. Honestly, pretty favorable for BLG to start off with.
I love this thing about the LPL, because LPL was one of the first regions historically in 2v2 bot lane to say, look, we're not going to get a kill, but if I ignite you, I get a really good trade and I control the bot side of the map. What were we saying about both of these teams and how they were playing around the jungle pathing? Likely everyone was running down bot side, using that ignite, not necessarily to get a kill trade, but just get control right here. Shove them a little bit further under turret, will make Wei's life easier.
That is a hell of a fan vote. 78% for BLG.
Yeah, now Tarzan's got a bit of a window. This is what I was talking about, the early tempo between the 1v1 in the jungle. You can see Wei still farming up those Krugs, whereas Tarzan is getting information about where Wei is, and they spot him out on those Krugs. We'll see if he's got an angle anywhere, and bot side still heavy trades going on.
So he had that window, but I think because of that trade in 2v2 early, he couldn't really do that much with it. Because then bot lane gets controlled, Wei now gets to walk up with his winning bot lane and kind of even up that advantage there. And it's Wei who's onto that Scuttle Crab first, and Tarzan, despite the fact that he cleared really quickly, he doesn't doesn't have a platform to play off of here, so this is good from BLG. We said that they're very good at playing through the bot side of the map 3v3 style. This is a good win for them.
And so often when we see these Zyras, we see that fast pathing towards the bottom lane, bottom pushes in, and then you can sort of threaten these dives or at least poke under tower. Can't happen this time around. Elkanon doing a great job of the 2v2, Wei contesting, and suddenly that early plan of like trying to get that tempo with the Zyra doesn't quite work out. Obviously, we'll still be even, still gets the crab on the top side, but not quite as aggressive as you'd like.
Next couple of minutes as well, just want everyone to pay attention
down
to.
1 CS somehow.
Wow,
probably
that's
missed
incredible.
like a
wow. I'm
yeah, nightmare.
I'm so glad you pointed that out instead of, you know, like the wards both junglers put
It's
into the
absolute
enemy
jungle diff,
which is
It's
really
absolute
important.
jungle diff.
Oh man, what are we like?
Oh, so they hear
It is.
It's a little chicken.
Someone
I'm in tune with the LPL observers. They know what's important.
I can't believe you've done this. I can't believe you've done
I've been here for a long time. I know this league.
Right, so as we get back into our first resets for the junglers, we see that the Faded Ash is brought up by Wei. Tarzan really would like to go back for that too. It just increases your clear speed so much as that's a flash in.
Oh, double pulled. Crisp, low, sent back. This is going to be first blood for El Crisp, just buying time, trying to survive, but there's nowhere to run, and Elk will grab first blood finally, and Knight has a solo kill against Xiaohu in the mid lane.
What, that's two LPL goats of mid lane. Naya and Xiaohu, these title record holders, have themselves a fight in that earlier. And we were talking about Smolder being good into Zeri.
Isn't that a scaling pick?
It's not meant to be this good.
It's Smolder Zeri. How does anyone die in that 1v1? I think we're going to look at the... No, it's the mid lane first. So what happens? I mean, Xiaohu's already half HP off rip, and I guess maybe steps up, gets clipped by a W. It's got to be something silly, right?
It's a lot of free autos. Just look at all the free autos he's gotten already. And remember what we were saying. Smolder got a significant buff to his Q. How many Qs has he got on target? 3, 4, something like that? That's like an extra 20 damage compared to the patches before. And it means it is genuinely a kill trade.
And the fact that you can essentially follow the flash with the fly and then flash in for the bonus auto and Q at the end of it as well. I mean, beautifully played by Knight. And suddenly that mid lane is looking a little bit scary for Weibo in this series.
So, as we get through to these first resets now coming through from the laners, what that's bought for Knight, so it looks like he's going towards the Triforce early as well. That could be really important because the Triforce first build for Smolder is really, really good one-item damage, and he's already getting good stacks, and he's already doing well in this mid lane. As much as we've talked up Xiaohu for a resurgence from him, Knight, if he's got a lead like this, there ain't much you can do about that.
And we've got to remember, Xiaohu had a really rough start to the year for himself. We were talking about whether this was going to be the sort of end of his career. Apparently not. He's made it to finals. But Knight has really showed him up to start this final off. Weibo looking for Drake as the Grubs are taken by Wei on the top side.
Yeah, they want this 1v1 trade. They had bottom side prio. They had an idea that Wei was on the top side. So despite some of the numbers sent mid by BLG, they are just going to trade this one up. So Ocean for 3 Grubs. We'll see if in a couple of minutes time whether or not Tarzan is able to actually contest some of those. You'd hate to give over a Grub again.
And, yeah, I love that, man. Batten down the hatches, we'll see if that happens. But all the same, just getting a few grubs. Smolder's hitting Tara in solo lane, man. If you get ahead in something like this, we did highlight this in drafts. Smolder versus Eri is genuinely not a bad matchup. It shouldn't be solo kill, but somehow it's come out here. Now you have the 3 grubs. You have a Renekton that's winning lane, bot lane that's winning, and mid lane. It's going to be even worse.
Triple winning lanes here for BLG. Wei has a playground. We talked about this jungle matchup being crucial, about this Lilia being a carry. He's got 3 winning lanes to work with.
Yeah, and he's making quick work of the jungle as well. You can see he's stolen away the red from Tarzan. He's on top of the chickens now as well. He's already starting to try and grow out this individual one-to-one lead. Should be able to walk off and smite that. That's 2 camps to the good of Wei. Tarzan almost a full level down. Still got 2 more camps in his own jungle, Wei to clear.
I would like to revisit the checklist we gave going into this first game before even the draft. Well, first off, Weibo need to survive the early game of BLG. We failed at the first part of the checklist, lads. BLG, they have themselves a really good lead, and the scary thing is, this is likely to start exploding. Because of those winning lanes, because of the grubs on top of it, you are going to be able to hit towers with those winning lanes. That's going to lead to plates. That's going to lead to a whole flood of gold.
So I do want to counter your point here, if you don't mind, Nymera.
Oh, go on. Well, just this once.
There is a Ziggs on the rift. So to a point, I think once we start to see some of these lane assignments swap up, right, sort of around the Herald timer, there will be opportunities, I feel like, for Weibo to weather the storm through Ziggs wave clear, even through things like Zeri wave clear a little bit as well. But again, if BLG continue to push forward with this lead, that means Herald probably goes over to them, and that's still just another opportunity to continue to push the lead forward.
Bringing back to the players on the Rift too, Light being the person with that opportunity for Weibo is a really good thing for Weibo because he's safe hands for Weibo. If you know that everything else has gone wrong in the game, Light will still be doing the best he can.
Certainly will be. Tarzan wants to feed him a bit more gold, but spotted. Well, he's on the bottom side as well, and I think Tarzan realizes this is not a play he's going to be able to kick off. Wei already got 1 red buff for himself. He wants to go for his own as well as a bonus.
Your mom lets you have 2 red buffs.
He's got red buff at home. He just also went for the red buff out.
I mean, by the time he's finished his Krogs, he's going to be a full level up on Tarzan. It's ridiculous. And I mean, jungle XP these days, not to rant too much, tends to be very wishy-washy. All it'll take is 1 or 2 good fights for Tarzan to be right back in the XP race. But again, you know, this immediate felt power for Wei is going to be very, very frustrating for Weibo to deal with in some of these skirmishes if they do end up breaking out. Grubs in a minute's time now, and it's probably a massive back for Wei. He's been on the map for a little while. Full Hornet guys was probably very close.
Shandu stood on a ward there, but with Crisp and Tarzan around, he's going to be okay. And that'll be a grab on the top side for Tarzan. Bin getting a lot of retreat pings towards that top side. Jungler is in tow. Shandu just battling for Prio again and again.
Weibo trying to just make sure there's a bit of setup for these Grubs. Yeah, they don't want Grubageddon to happen. We don't want to have that Zerg rush out of those 6 Grubs. It's hard to do that though, because Bin is, it's really hard to rate how Bin is doing here based off of just what the spectators showed. Bin is playing on weak side here. He didn't have any jungle attention towards them. There was a chance that Tarzan and Chris could roam towards top side, and yet he's still getting pushed. He's still getting that CS advantage. And that means in 20 seconds for those Grubs spawning, BLG have multiple lanes now pushing in at the right time.
I mean, Bin, just such a prolific player ever since he joined the league. I mean, in 2020, his first year of LPL, he got a pentakill in Worlds Finals. He still remains one of the very best we have. Breed under threat with 4 BLG players trying to set that croc up in the top side. Breed looking to survive with Crisp here and Tarzan, but they just turn onto Crisp instead. They cut off the reinforcements. The wave is cleared, another one arriving, but it's enough to get onto these Grubs.
Yeah, BLG, they want to make that play. 1, because Breed doesn't have a lot of mana, but 2, Weibo do actually end up countering. They're trying to set up 4 Grubs, right? That's what BLG want, to dive into Grubs. I mean, speaking of having no mana, Light completely out of himself, and he's going to be able to clear away this wave. Elk will poke him out, but again, BLG still getting likely all 6 Grubs here as the retreat comes through from Weibo.
So we saw a little bit of a cross map there as Weibo get like a plate in that mid lane. Bot lane just about survives, and of course Breed does survive in this top side too. But BLG didn't overforce in that top lane dive. It would be so easy buying into the Hyper Finals. First game in front of this crowd, just going, oh, well, just full send it on the dive. They don't just do that. They walk away with the all 6 Grubs now. We have Grubageddon, and now with those winning lanes, it's going to get even worse for Weibo.
Yeah, and to quote LS from earlier this week, inaction can be action, right? Yes. For Weibo in a game like this. Breathe in a little bit of annoyance from Wei.
Wei's like, do you know what, Bin? You've had too much of this easy 1v1. Look, I want the 1v1 for a while.
I want the beat down, all right? Let me have some fun. But in all seriousness, just give Bin a bit of time to just reset. Probably
he's setting up for Elk.
For a teleport bot. Yeah, he's setting.
Oh no, he's gonna die! Oh, Wei! Just about escapes. No, he doesn't. Breathe puts the deer down. But Elk wants to punish. Q3 dodged, looking for the passive. The plasma comes in. Elk flashes, but he doesn't have the damage to finish the job under the tower, but surviving.
That looks so good for Breathe. Finds a fantastic kill onto Wei, but it's now going to lead to a 6 Grub Kai'Sa pushing in his top sides. Ziggs is going to return though with the threat of that satchel.
Yeah, on the bottom side, Weibo, they were trying to dive Bin as well immediately. They're still thinking about the angle here. They're looking for it now.
Onto Bin they go. The vines are there. I mean, there's nothing he can do about that one. And suddenly, I mean, it's still first tower for BLG. They've outraced the Ziggs.
And this is the big problem. Take a look at the minimap. Everyone is bot side right now. There is a teleport available here for Xiaohu. So again, if he wants to go up there, clear the wave, he could, but BLG aren't going to force the issue, push the envelope, get onto that tier 2. They're just going to trade this dragon down here, but again, all of that plate gold is so massive as we looked back at this replay. Wait, just a step too far forward, man.
It's another Cassante moment. How many times do we have to see this? How long will he keep terrorizing us in Pro League of Legends? He just hits him over and over.
Sometimes you just forget how much damage Cassante has. It does happen.
Can I just say as well, though, like, there's Cassante moments, and there's also, you're a professional player in LPL Finals that doesn't know what Cassante does. You walked into his W. It's not just a Cassante moment, it's a Wei moment.
Well, luckily for Wei, he does. Yeah, you give Joe a hug. I think he deserves it.
I'm mad at how often Cassante gets away with this stuff. We know what he does now.
Wow. I will say though, Wei did manage to get like a full jungle quadrant steal away from that top side as well, because that top lane is gone. You can see that Knight on the bot side of the map just made sure that it wasn't an easy take of that bot side as well. There wasn't a satchel there down on the bot side. That ult comes through and it's enough wave clear.
Yeah, must have just been outside the threshold there, because it looked like that tower was about a play and a half, and that's roughly where you could satchel that tower as Ziggs. We'll see if Light is going to have any luck in getting down there and actually finishing it off, but I don't think he's going to do it whilst the plates are still on the tower, as speaking of, Knight will steal away one from this bottom side for himself and just continue to accrue a lot of gold. He's actually got a big gold lead 1-1 right now, but still very strong at this moment in time.
And speaking of being strong at this moment in time, let's think about how people are going to get stronger. There might be a fight here. First on, could be forced to ult, and he is.
Well, he's certainly not scared of going forwards, is he? But is he forwards about going backwards? We'll walk away with his life here and actually just goes back to clearing wood. On didn't even notice anything happened.
So what ends up happening there is On ends up blowing his ult, but the big thing is that they're just hovering towards Knight's lane. Knight is on the Smolder. It doesn't matter that it's even-ish between these mid laners, because one of them's a Smolder. One of them is going to be very, very useful just getting safe farm, getting safe stacks, and just keeping getting more fed.
The other one's a Zeri. Zeri used to be that champion, and then Smolder
how
came
times
out.
have changed.
Zeri got nerfs. Smolder arrived on the scene, to be fair. Smolder's also had nerfs.
Look, every 12 months a champion is released that it's like the pentakill machine.
Yeah,
it was Zeri in 2022, then it was Cassante. And of course Smolder this year as a Herald, being contested here.
Remember, On, no ultimate here. Weibo want to fight this, but On just goes in! Flash, double pull, Magnustorm is there, but else onto the backside. Thorn's doing a lot, and Bin is down! Weibo have found their moment, and Tarzan cleans it up with a triple!
Knight gets a solo kill in bot side, but it does not make up for this top side. Herald denied, Weibo with some gold in pocket, and what were we just saying about, got to survive this early game? Weibo are doing a little bit more than that in that 4v4.
Really nice swing for Weibo, and they also deny the Herald, right? Herald doesn't go up to BLG, even though they are the ones that secure the objective itself. Not going to matter now in the end, though. I will say BLG, with these 6 scrubs, they've gotten a lot of damage done onto these outers. 2 down, that mid lane tower almost gone, and now Weibo looking to pick up this mid lane tier 1. They might get it with a water satchel.
There you go. There's the symbol. And this is what I love about both of these teams. These are the improviser teams in terms of macro. You have an extra teleport, sure, chuck it into a lane, get that turret as best you can. The Ziggs is helping on one side, the Grubs are helping on the other, and we're going to go see that Ziggs down here. Sadly made a bit of an early end.
Yeah, unfortunate. Bit of a trade goes on. As whilst the Herald was going on, what was happening to Light? Unfortunately, flash out, but again, this is the power of the Triforce build on this Smolder, very, very powerful, but the Herald fight, where things go wrong for BLG, but look at Engage, you're right.
But I think the big thing now is that Xiaohu still escapes the engage. Fantastic flash from Xiaohu. Gets out, and then we were talking about the Smolder being a problem later. Well, Zeri's a problem now. Gets a whole load of damage along with the rest of the crew. The disengaged potential of Weibo, we just saw it there. It's the thing we highlighted before.
So Tarzan starts his game with a 3-kill lead. Can he turn it into a win this time? We've seen this story before from Tarzan. Didn't work out that well last time. I just want to quickly mention, though, Knight brings out the Smolder mid. This is not a pick we know from him this year, and already 2 solo kills in 1v1s on a scaling pick. He's almost at 225 already. He's on 160.
And the fact that he's doing this while Knight is also chasing Xiaohu and Clearlove for the LPL all-time title record in a finals as well. Look,
and also, this will be his 4th back-to-back title if he wins today.
Now, this is game 1. We have too much to talk about in terms of our Legacy Kings and narrative stuff, but it's really easy to talk about, isn't it?
I mean, when Knight's just solo killing everyone on the map, it's pretty easy to bring up his backstory, and what a backstory he has. Fighting for the title of LPL GOAT. Fighting against the likes of Xiaohu and Clearlove for that all-time title. But BLG, they've got here and now on their mind with Drake up in 20 seconds.
Yeah, Weibo for a little bit of positioning here in the river, but the problem is the mid lane wave. Let's see how this one sinks out. I mean, the thing is, Stack, Shiv, Kai'Sa, Ziggs on the other side. It seems like for now, Elk is going to win out on that front.
The
but
great
again,
enemy of minions.
With Weibo being the team that you want to invite BLG into, you don't mind losing midway if it means you're already in the river. And BLG have to very cautiously pick their moment to look for an engage.
So eyes on Breathe and Chris to buy Tarzan, Xiaohu, and Light that ability to turn around a big fight. If the carries are caught, the disengage doesn't matter.
See if they can keep that space. Drake down to 5k. Slow onto Breathe as Knight pushes forward. Elk is just in the mid lane. They're foregoing the Drake, I think, unless Wei can find a smite, and he can. Tower down, Drake down. Can they get the fight? Because Weibo get a combo. They're onto that front line, but On dashes back out of the play. Knight still strong, On surviving with a bit of honey through there. The bomb, not quite enough to finish the job. BLG trade objective. In fact, no, they don't even trade objectives. They get both objectives.
Yeah, and this is what we're talking about, though, in terms of how the fight itself played out from Weibo. Standing their ground, staying in formation. Yes, it sucks that Wei does get the smite. If you're rooting here for Weibo, you're going to stop the immediate stack and threat of this potential early soul. But again, you just see the power of being able to drop all of your spells in one place just off the back of one ultimate from Crisp, and then Breeve also coming in from the side to secure that kill onto Wei.
Okay, so we are getting to a point in the game now where, of course, revisiting the sidelines again. Just be aware, folks, that all 5 teleports in this game are available, and both these teams really like to use them. So next time we kind of come out of this replay, we'll see exactly what that means. So we were talking about how the fight should look in terms of standing their ground. Can the carries get caught by BLG? Well, no, the smite comes through, but it is at the cost of all of the HP of the lineage.
Yeah, now this is the only problem, I guess, with where Breeve was, is he's not actually able to deny Wei that opportunity, right? But he's kind of playing the side of trying to prevent potentially a flash over the wall on the side as he hit that bomb. Kind of just very shy of killing On, unfortunately. And now Weibo, as we come back out, defending this top tier 2.
Crucially, with just quickly mentioning the builds from Light here, usually we see the Ludens as the first item. We often see Leandries. Either of those, that bomb finishes the job. He's gone for a very different build than what we usually see.
Yeah, so it's not the full burst damage 6, but if you are playing against a very high heavy burst team and you need to survive that initial engage, it gives you that extra safety net to say, look, I've got a Seraph's shield, that will help me survive potentially, I don't know, Renekton jumping at me, a Kai'Sa trying to jump on as well. It's still going to be hard to survive that dive. I'm not saying this is going to solve everything, but it gives you a bit of a safety net at the cost of, sadly, a little bit of that burst.
Yeah, no, I mean, I still think the build is probably perfect for the situation, though, right? I mean, shield burst, well, speaking of defensive shields, picked up for Xiaohu. So, Weibo, I think they understand the state of the game that they're in and how a lot of these fights are going to play out, at the very least by their itemization. And again, we're just going to have to continue to track how they actually hold up in terms of formation around these fights.
We had a bit of a laugh earlier about, oh, Weibo, they didn't survive the early game, checklist failed. We revisit that now. We're at 20 minutes in and the gold's within 1,000. I think Weibo doing completely fine there. And as we saw in that last fight, Weibo have the tools to really deny BLG a lot of the options that they want. Now coming into the next couple of fights too, I want to talk about this top lane matchup and how that matters, because K'Sante and the Renekton are even at this point too. The K'Sante kind of have a huge amount of value compared to the Renekton, which does struggle past this timestamp. We're getting towards the end of Renekton's power spike.
One thing I will say, one of the Renektons that you fear in a team fight is that of Bin, but so far 0-0 at the back of these fights. It's not quite been going the way that BLG wanted. And if you remember the first couple of minutes of the game, BLG managed to build themselves a 1.5, almost 2,000 gold lead. That lead has pretty much whittled down to nothing at this stage. Weibo have controlled that early game, and Crisp wants to turn into something in the mid game. On flashes out to safety. That's his flash now on cooldown.
Yeah, good little find. Obviously reduces the threat of those flash headbutt hold combos, right, from On. So now he's really going to have to, again, be a little bit more meticulous in terms of how he's looking for those angles. If they're going to continue to play front to back, the lack of that flash is going to be very big.
Just a quick check-in. Knight, 200 stacks at this point, getting very close to that Smolder execute. Breathe. Respects the threat of Elk, moving towards that bottom lane.
Yeah, when Kai'Sa falls out of meta, you do forget that she can just come out of nowhere when you're at a sideline. You think, oh, it's a 1v1. No, it's not a 1v1. Especially when you got that kind of global and all the teleports with these kind of teams. Fights can explode very, very quickly.
I think as well, people think about this AP Kai'Sa in terms of the damage you get from your W, which, you know, rest in peace on the upcoming patch, but that's not this patch right now. But importantly, it's also the passive damage. And when you've got a Renekton to stack that passive for you, and you can proc that plasma straight away, the burst is insane.
Yeah, and that's where some of that threat have been, despite being 0-2, right? Once he gets that Sterak's, he's still going to be a backline threat. Right? He's still going to be something that Xiaohu, that Light, and Tarzan are going to have to be continually worried about facing if he's ever able to find a strong angle on a flank. And again, then enabling Elk to dive in onto the backline through the killer instinct.
So, got Muramana transformed for Knight as well. Knight is ready to pop now. And I think that this is something that won't necessarily be shown in the gold. This one's an easy one, folks. Sometimes we talk about, oh, but the gold doesn't mean everything. Smolder.
This one's an eye test.
This one is really, really easy. There's a Smolder who's getting a huge amount of stacks and has that Muramana completed. Weibo, I think one thing they need to be quite careful about now is that the initial target being hit, if it is a carry, that Smolder ult with the Muramana damage being procced on top of it with all the stacks as well, it's going to be really, really annoying if he ever gets any significant damage onto the first target into the play.
Yeah, and whilst for Weibo, these last couple of Dragon fights and just objective fights as a whole, they've been able to kind of split up but stay together. Now they really need to make sure that they're not enabling Knight to get all of these massive AoE Qs off, because that's when you really start to feel the burn of Smolder. And all of that damage he can put out.
Looks like no contest on this Drake. This one's going to be given over to BLG. That'll be their second now, so tied in terms of Drakes. In the meantime, Weibo try and get control of this Baron area. Not willing to pull the trigger yet.
They do have a Zyra, so you do have to pay some attention to that. Bin, he might have just been caught out of the net here, but there is a potential out flying in. He's not coming though. I think Bin's just been left out to dry.
Yeah, rightly so. Look at the mid lane as Elk is diving onto Xiaohu. Xiaohu survives. Mid tier 2 gone. Bin flushes out of the play on the top side. The bomb is not enough. Bin walks away on here to save the day as BLG break the base.
I don't even know. I just watched Bin. He's not able to be locked down, and now the teleports onto this Baron, and it's gonna go down fast for Weibo.
All right, Bin, he has that teleport. Can he get there in time? The Baron will be gone. What happens with the fight?
On threatening, he's in the pit, way over the wall. He's already got one smite today, but pulled out by the all-out. Breeze sent on the backside of the fight. Wei is back into the pit. He looks for it again! Twice in a single game, he robs Weibo blind. Weibo lose the Baron, they lose their inhib, and they lose their lives.
This is exactly what you signed up for with an LPL Finals as the fight continues.
They get shredded one by one, and Wei picks up his payload. Knight executing BLG. They end game one in style.
When Wei's in the pit, it's not a 50-50, baby. It's all him. And that Baron steal is going to secure game one in the finals here, and they're going to go one match up against Weibo here.
What a statement to make. BLG step onto the Summer Finals stage, and in under 25 minutes, they eviscerate Weibo.
Well, this is how you play between Weibo and BLG. We were wondering what was the tone going to be leaving off in that massive game 3 of the game which qualified BLG for this finals. It was 2 kills a minute. It was a little bit more chill for a lot of this game, but still, you can see how easily it descends into chaos with both of these teams really trying to make the game-winning play.
And if that isn't that killer macro we talked about from BLG, one significant mistake from Weibo, and BLG ended the game in 2 plays.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think the sequence there is also a little bit unfortunate for Weibo. If I'm to look, normally I'm not their lawyer, but today I will be. You know,
usually you're the opposition.
Yeah, I'm the opposition, but like, look, you know, they're trying to make their play up top for Bin. They give up their inhib, but then to lose the inhib and then it's the 50-50. It's just, you know, it's 1-2 punch knockout.
The thing about the 50-50 though, even if they win the 50-50, they're still
I
all
don't
dead
know what they get.
with mid lane open. Like, it's kind of still over.
The replay of that last fight is going to be so fun to break down because you can see that On, I think, really saves that play too. On with a huge combo to make sure that there is no follow-up fight. There's an Alistar ulting into your backline. You're not going to kill the Alistar. You're not going to get past him either. So suddenly you had not the ability to take that jungler out of the pit. You couldn't really secure the Baron before he got back into it. And suddenly On is delayed so much that the fight goes absolutely wild.
And whilst I think this game obviously a bit out of nowhere to end so soon, I do wonder what adaptations will look like moving towards game 2, right? Because for Weibo, they didn't really have any control of that game, right? It was 25 minutes. They had maybe 3 minutes of agency. Something definitely has to change moving into game 2 because, that was definitely a very rough early game, no matter how you slice it.
Something's got to give. I can't believe I'm saying this already, but we're going to go into a break and head to game number 2. I'm curious what the analysts think of that one because that was a little bit of a schlacking from BLG. We'll find out how game 2 goes after the break. the picks are locked in. I think we're about to head into game number 1 of our LPL Summer 2024 Finals. To survive, but there's nowhere to run, and Elk will grab first blood finally, and Knight has a solo kill against Xiaohu in the mid lane. What the Breeze sent on the backside of the fight. Wei is back into the pit. He looks for it again. Twice in a single game, he robs Weibo blind.
Welcome back to the LPL Summer Finals, where BLG is one step closer to snatching that trophy. Guys, what a fast-paced, chaotic game. What the hell happened? Walk me through it.
I was watching like this.
Yes.
While it was happening, I'm like, is it over? Is the bloodshed over?
It was, the craziest part to me is when Weibo just leave their base open. And BLG, they don't choose to just end there. They want the violence anyway. That was so chaotic. Shenanigans all around, Mazel.
That's what I love so much, is that they wanted the blood. They wanted to make the mark on
look at the graph at the end.
Exactly.
It's like Trouble said, it came out of nowhere.
It felt like the game never happened because it was so even throughout the majority of the game. And even though BLG had majorly the lead throughout the entire game, it was like a 2K lead throughout the entire map.
Exactly, and especially once the game started to progress, and we saw a bit of a misstep in a topside fight. It's like, all right, maybe this will be a bit closer, but no, BLG just able to run away with it.
The fact that we were able to see as well some Smolder solo kills in the early game. How does that even happen? I'm here for it though.
Yeah, that was honestly entertaining.
Yeah, to say the least.
Yeah. Felt very sad, as quick as an ARAM. Guys, do we have the MVP yet?
Probably not yet, but
my bad.
I'm just
have the highlights.
Okay, listen up. Here's the secret tech. I'm just gonna say that from the first clip of highlights, I might have an idea who the MVP could be. And unfortunately, it's not the minions. Okay, it's not the minions on blue side. However, all jokes aside, I think BLG walked into this game choosing violence. The draft was not necessarily a very cookie cutter draft, but it's a very BLG draft where they just feel confident, they pick their champions, and they play to win. I feel like we've seen so many B1 Renekton throughout the entirety of playoffs, and very few of them have worked. Bin has made it work almost every single time he has picked it.
Can someone give me a little bit of the positives on the Weibo side?
I really like their composition. I think if they were able to keep their heads above water, you see little moments like this that work out for them because they have a very centered teamfight composition that if you can layer everything up together, it works well. But that's what BLG's composition did so well, is not let them get set up. And a little point here, we saw a couple moments that Wei just had the better of Tarzan in the pits. I mean, he got the Dragon, he got the Baron. It's unfortunate to see the start of this game.
And not just better in terms of the smites, right? Better on the map. Trouble was talking about earlier during the game of hey, even though BLG are fighting everywhere, they're always trading better somewhere else. And we saw from those solo kills, right? It was usually Knight in a side lane. He was getting his stack so quickly because of that. We see, again, the execute coming out so early, and that's really what put the nail in the coffin for Weibo, despite some of those good moments you were hitting on earlier.
I'm not gonna lie, I felt like Weibo were lost for majority of that game.
Yeah.
Of course, Knight gets the MVP right here.
There we go.
You know what? Our producer said, bet, who do you think it is? And I was like, it's Knight 100%. He's like, I know who it is, I'm not gonna tell you. I mean, it was very obvious, right? He played a fantastic game, 2 solo kills. But going back to the whole Weibo gaming point, it's like, I don't think they played their game. I know that they can play aggressive. I know that they play more for playstyle of C champion, kill champion, engage champion, try to find opportunities. However, in this particular game, BLG were just taking structures while you're bundling up as 4 to kill a Renekton.
And it's also just a setting of the tone of this series. Knight picks Smolder in game number 1. It's not any of the ADs, like the traditional ones that we see. We've seen a little bit less of the Smolder, it feels like. But the fact that he's taking this and actually getting the MVP and having such dominance in a game number 1, it just felt like it's Knight's day, maybe.
Maybe it is Knight's day. I mean, he played wonderfully. I honestly am a little bit concerned about what we might be seeing in the upcoming games. How do you think that Weibo is going to answer to this game?
I'm just looking at blue side and I'm like, your B1 is going to have to be impactful. I don't want to, you know,
no Renekton?
Breathe actually has a really nutty Renekton, such as Bean as well. They both have really good stats on the champion. However, I don't think this is a Renekton diff overall. I feel like specifically from the side of Weibo, I feel like you just get a very, very solid bot lane. I think you were talking about it. We're mentioning what Light is really good at, like the Varus as well that he has showed.
Yeah.
And then he goes into a Gala champion and he plays Ziggs. I'm like, wait, what? That's not lane dominant. We've seen Crisp and Light absolutely dominate that bot lane. Top esports tried versus BLG in their series and
Yes.
they failed. I feel like Weibo here have a real chance of just shutting them down.
Let's see if they do have a real chance after all. We are going back to the game. Well, game number 2. Let's see what happens. Hopefully, longer game this time.
Let's hope so. Let's hope so, because that was... I mean, it was a very close game for a lot of it, and then suddenly BLG happened, and, well...
The journey of being a Weibo fan is not an easy one. We have seen them. We've seen them being in World Finals. For those of you who watch regionally here, we see them not do that, basically.
Yeah.
This team has been the ups, they've been the downs, they've been the everything, and hopefully we get a bit more of success in this series to make sure at least it goes longer than that first game.
Keyword here for me, agency. They need to find it somewhere. Draft is obviously the easy band-aid for that, so let's see exactly where they go, Weibo. They're on blue side now, so things like, if you want to take away their Renekton from Bin, immediately you should have a bastion of safety to kind of play through on the top side.
Let's see what comes on through here with the Cannon Band, Rumble Band away. The Misfortune gone as well. But crucially, Xiaohu's Lucian taken off the board. Things like Corki, though, have made it through.
This is the thing. In their previous series, BLG would get the Corki because something like the Renekton or the Lily will get picked up right now. Now, that does mean BLG can respond with both of them just
Renekton
now.
Lily.
but we haven't seen LPL deal with Corki well. This is a very powerful first pick.
Said it in game 1 draft, once it was banned, 20-8. It's current playoffs record, and you can... depending on how you want to manipulate and twist the data, you could argue it's kind of close to like 20-4 in terms of where some of those losses came from earlier on in the playoffs by BLG, though. Ash went all the way through last time round, wasn't picked or banned, but this time here, Elk likely going to be handling that one, and Wei gets his hand at the Zyra this time.
And really interesting to already see BLG completely flip their priorities from the previous draft, right? Last time around, it was all about the Lily or the Renekton. This time, they're looking bot lane.
They're looking bot lane. This does open up that Renekton, which was B1 for BLG. Now, I gotta say, as much as we talk up Bin as one of the greatest top laners to ever grace the LPL, I think Breathe had a better first game. Now he has that Renekton, now he has a chance to play that lane dominance. I will say, there are plenty of options with that Renekton. Bin could very easily go towards something, you know, like that Jax if he wanted to do. The cannon's not there, which is a bit of an issue, but I want to see if Bin just uses that red side to say, all right, let's see what I can use to really bully this Renekton.
Especially if Tarzan picks something that can pair up really well in terms of looking for early dives with the Renekton, like the Nidalee. How exactly Bin is going to end up responding, not only in the one-to-one, but just in general, you know, what pick does he have that's going to be able to play safe side against this kind of dive threat?
Yeah, so now the question kind of changes, because when you play against the Renekton in a 1v1, you're like, oh, there's a couple of things which can answer that. When you're playing against the Renekton Nidalee, maybe you think about something like that Cassandra instead, and you just play a little bit later on. Zeri gets locked in.
I think one thing that's worth mentioning as well, not just that this Renekton and Nidalee's gone through, but both the Nidalee and the Corki were in the first set of bans last time around. It's a totally different landscape that we're playing on now.
Yeah, but not only this, BLG have opted to go towards Zeri, so they have an AD matchup in the mid lane through against Xiaohu. This is a big bear of confidence that Bin has a champion pool deep enough to survive 2 more bans, because realistically, Weibo, they don't really care about support bans, right? They know that no matter what, they're probably going to end up counted out down there. It's the only thing that BLG actually have left, realistically, to last pick is going to be support. So to me, now, you know, again, exactly what Bin is going to have to go through in terms of champion pool is a big question mark to me, as Weibo, you anticipate 2 bans up.
I'm ready for the quid. I'm ready for the quid.
Well, we'll see. Quinn Vane, maybe we have some fun with that one.
Wow.
The Rel's
Bit of action.
I have to say, don't you dare talk about action. That champion has caused much pain over the years. Rel, really big support champion share between the two of these as well. Really strange to me that Weibo aren't just banning away the Cassandra, one of the easiest things to outlast the Renekton and Nidalee, because it's just really hard to get under the skin of in that top lane. Instead, trying to take away some of that heavy CC option.
Maybe this is Weibo saying, look, we don't want Bin on a carry. Leave the Cassandra open. That way he's not going to kill us all.
Yeah,
Actually, no, Cassandra does that anyway.
I think it's the only thought process that I can think of that makes sense here is they don't mind if he gets Cassandra, I guess, but we saw what kind of threat a team composition can pose when you have so much, you know, anti-dive, right, through game one. Weibo might have lost that game, but it was through unfortunate circumstances. We started to see the pieces actually form together. So let's see exactly where they decide to go. They do remove away the Xanta here.
Okay,
so now Bin has to dig a little.
Yeah, it takes a little bit, and the question is what he can survive with up there. I'm also looking at Weibo's composition. I don't see teamfight engage on Weibo right now, and that could be a huge issue because now they won't have that Rel. I mean, BLG could even lock in something like a Leona right now if they want to take that away too, and to say you're left with just Rakan and Alistair. Weibo could find themselves in a bit of a flip situation with the last game where they're playing against the heavy disengage, where they need to have that engage, and I don't know if they're going to have the tools to get that from 2
And the problem is they're playing into Ashe. On is on R5. If you lock in a melee champ, you're getting brawled. Like that is just the nature of the situation.
Yeah.
And now I wonder if perhaps, I mean, do you want to take the Braum yourself blind? I mean, into Ashe it feels like it's gonna suck, and then maybe you get an okay AD matchup. But again, what's left up? Maybe you dip further down. It's someone like Ezreal, I guess, is still S tier. I was gonna say Caitlyn, but this works too. The Leona's made it through, I guess.
So
but
Leona's
again, Braum.
but this is the thing, the Braum's there now. I was wondering whether to go towards the Rakan just because it can survive lane against the Braum a bit more. Yeah, an R5 Braum now looks really good for BLG. It's very good for the Ashe, and it means that Weibo, they needed that teamfight engage. Chris kind of takes the backpack on the shoulder and says, all right, there's a chance that I get countered by something in lane. And of course, that's being hovered now. But they needed this. They needed some AoE teamfight engage to get on top of the Ashe, and the Zyra, which can play from a long range, put down a ton of disengage. Now we need to get to see whether they can survive through the Ashe Braum. Very powerful lane.
What I like about the adaptations here, though, from Weibo, and if you're comparing Game 1 to Game 2, BLG are actually kind of running a similar style of composition in terms of kind of stand your ground, look for the re-engage and turn. But Weibo have the gear to just play poke, right? Nidalee, Corki, Ezreal, it's there. You can outrange what BLG have going for you. So I do want to see if Weibo are going to look towards that in the mid game, or again, whether or not we're just going to get the full LPL style of just diving in 24/7 and then just playing the fights and seeing how they roll out.
So you have the triple range thing that's very powerful from Weibo. My worry is Ashe Eric can start fights at will. You don't have anyone who can shrug off an Ashe engage. If you dive too hard as well, trying to stop that, the Zyra is going to be there to stop things as well. And if you get in this kind of poke war around the objectives, what happens if Bin gets himself a huge sideline advantage on the Gnar versus Renekton? He's incredible at that matchup, maybe the best player of it in the world. BLG very much have answers to the poke in multiple different ways.
Last time these two teams faced off, it was very much Bin taking control of that matchup. Breathe redeemed himself somewhat against Top Esports, managing to outmatch 369. But now, Bin has the Gnar side of that Renekton matchup. It's definitely favorable for him. It's definitely something he's won on before. BLG drafting a powerful composition, but that Corki is there for the side of Weibo. The Renekton Nidalee is there for the side of Weibo. Perhaps they can find that snowball.
I think the last game gave us some things to kind of tug on for this next game too, and saying, okay, we know that these teams like to play that very fast, frenetic style of macro, teleports all over the place, trying to get these cross maps, hitting different towers. I'm really worried going into this game now, because if that's a similar style of play and the Gnar gets left out of that net and the Gnar starts breaking up the side lane turrets, it's really hard to play against Bin with a side lane advantage.
I mean, in game number 1, we had a 4v4 on the top side while there was a 1v1 down bot. That ended in a kill for BLG. Now, that was Knight Smolder, which, you know, you expect early game Smolder to be getting 2 solo kills. That's just,
of course, that's what we do.
We'll see if a similar thing is going to happen. I mean, Jamada, what's your read? Can Weibo pull out this early game?
I mean, again, I think they've got the agency now through the bottom side at the very least to make that, you know, to make that happen. Through Braum and Ashe, I think you could even look to, again, if you're willing to throw your top laner out towards the wolves of a Renekton Nidalee, you can look for a map split, make things kind of awkward on the first jungle clear, and then, again, with Braum and Ashe, you should have first move. That means Braum's going to be able to get out to the map, try and maintain that map split, and then kind of enable, you know, a bigger jungle lead and a bot side lead at the same time. And if Renekton Nidalee doesn't really get rolling, again, the threat isn't necessarily going to be there in the mid game.
Which is why, for me, for the side of Weibo, all eyes on Tarzan. This guy came in and revolutionized this team. Yeah, a bit of a weak start to summer. That's a long time ago now. This is by far the most important player to his team. He's on a Nidalee. We know exactly what he can do with it. This champion is mostly banned away from him. I understand the complaints about Nidalee as a champion, but Tarzan's really good at it. If you can have a super solid early game, get up in the face of the enemy team and start snowballing some of these key pieces around the map, I think that's where they have their real X factor.
And you know the BLG understand that. Like, they had Shun. They've played with Nidalee plenty.
Has he ever played Nidalee before, that guy?
Once or twice. They know the danger of that pick. They respect Bandit in game number 1. It's come through in game number 2. And we'll see if it can pay off for them. And I have to say, Weibo, they got to pull something out here for game number 2. Like, if they lose this one, and especially if it's in commanding fashion, suddenly the faith may waver. But nobody expected them to be here in the first place. It would be the most Weibo thing to find wins here today.
It's Weibo's first LPL Finals. They made a World Finals before they made an LPL Finals, which is just so funny to me under this brand, at least. This team is just not one which makes sense in any conventional terms, which is exactly why you just can't stop watching them.
You have to expect the unexpected when it comes to Weibo. They've made it to the LPL Finals. This is BLG's first Summer Finals as well, losing out to LNG last year. BLG managing to win in spring. They are looking to set a precedent with a back-to-back win. This would be Knight's 4th win in a row in the LPL. He wants to fight for that title of one of the greatest of all time. And he's up against one of the very greatest of all time, Xiaohu, to do it. He got a solo kill in game number 1. He's on that Zeri for game number 2. Let's see what he can muster.
The crowd are trying, everybody. But the gyros are there. Oh, those last few, that sounded very.
They're getting more coordinated.
They got
it's building.
They got the spirit.
Yeah, if there's one thing the LPL crowd has, it's spirit. That is for sure. Let's take a look at how this early game's going to go. Nidalee versus Zyra. This is going to be all about the early pathing.
And I think also one thing we didn't see in that first game was the early wards to spot out something like this, and there was no disruption onto Zyra's first plants. We've seen some teams actually invade Zyra twice, one to disrupt the seeds, and the second to hit her on her first camp. We're going to go maybe see a bit more of that vision traded over early. This will influence the jungler's pathing because they will know where the enemies are at various points in their clear.
Yep, so they should see Tarzan here, so they know he's on the bottom side. A ward is going to be placed as well on the entrance, so Tarzan can't necessarily path, the quick path towards blue, but being Nidalee, he can still hop over the back of the Dragon Pit, so we'll see whether or not he can still find a way to slip in and interrupt the ways full clear here.
And we'll keep a track of the timings here, because, we've all seen how fast Zyra can get through a jungle.
He's doing it. He's doing it as well. But there's 2 wards. There's a ward on the top entrance, unless he's going to go down to Crux, but it looks like he's dragging the red. I could be overreading into it. I'm overreading into it. That's fine. We'll see. Look, I feel like, again, if you're Tarzan, you really want to make this early game as awkward as possible without involving the bottom side 2v2, because that's the strength of where BLG are currently looking to be.
We'll keep our eyes on those jungles. I do want to keep an eye on that bot lane as well, because importantly, Elkanon kind of ran the bot lane in game number 1. They've got a really strong duo again.
We have sometimes had some issues with the 2v2. Chris goes in, but you are a Leona.
Oh, Light's in so much trouble. The passive stacks up the stun onto Crisp. They're winning the 2v2 again. Crisp is being taken down. First blood for Elk. Health bar's low, but on's behind a minion.
It's Ashbrom, it's Elkanon. This 2v2 so powerful. Tarzan's going to walk over to the other side of the jungle, but the 2v2 damage is done.
I don't know about this.
He went over a ward. Okay, he spots Wei. They both know each other are there.
Yeah, but even with the HP that, on an Elk are working on, you can still have him move over, surely. I wonder what the bottom side wave stay is looking like. Wave's not going to get pounced onto, but this blue buff's really low. On an Elk, I'm not interested in moving right now. Though as they recognize the wave's going to freeze in, surely Tarzan's on a bit of a timer. It looks like he's going to complete the heist, however.
Yeah, Tarzan basically realizes, okay, we lost the kill in bot side, but the HP bars are too low for that bot lane to come roam towards him, so it felt safe enough. Tarzan's still sticking around a little bit. Now you can see Elkanon still haven't recalled. They still haven't regen. They could actually be in a bit of trouble here.
Chris goes in for the engage. He's underneath the tower on. Jumps to his AD carry and will survive for now. Wei still in the area. I don't think that the dive can come on through.
You can force Elk off the wave. Maybe he's no summon spells, but Wave here to cover as well. A spear! Ooh!
Not quite sure how that hit. It looked a little sideways, but spear lands. Tarzan's just going to keep this going. Oh, dodges that one, but that's unbreakable on cooldown now. Wei looks for the route onto Tarzan. Gets the slow, but the spear lands. Tarzan, the absolute sniper, is looking for more as well. Elk's next, and he hits it. It's not enough damage, but Tarzan starts strong.
All eyes on Tarzan, MVP for Weibo throughout summer. This guy has revolutionized the way this team has played. And, for a player that has made so many finals in his career, it would mean so much for him to finally get some real ground in one and take home some silver for himself. An early game like this and trying to shake off that rust to game 1 a little bit is a great start, especially on a pick like the Nidalee, which needs to get the ball rolling early.
The amount of pressure that just alleviated from Light and Crisp in the extended as well, because Elk Kanon have to miss so much CS as Knight eats a pretty bad trade is huge, because now again, a little bit more freedom, a whole level lead if I'm looking at that right. Light is level 4 because Crisp died, so he got solo XP and then bounce back XP as well. And Elk had to miss all of that, so now that's a big advantage that potentially Weibo could walk away with it now.
That kind of play as well, it's really something you see from both these teams in different ways throughout the entire length of the game, where some big play happens, and it doesn't even matter if they lose the play, they just look at the broken pieces after all of the rubble is kind of settled, and they say, all right, this is the next 10 seconds, 15 seconds, we can make something happen. The 4 resets happen before cooldowns come through. Tarzan gets ahead through that now. Now we need to see whether he can push that advantage a little bit further. Step 1 happens, they manage to get something in that bot lane, and of course they managed to stop Elkanon from resetting for a very long time. Now the question is, what can they do after this?
I think in this sequence, Tarzan missed 1 spear, and it might have been that one he just chucked whilst he was in 2 speed to get here, because this is between the minions.
What? I've seen Nautilus hooks.
Through the minions.
I've seen Nautilus hooks attack those minions.
Yeah, so have I. He missed 2, but I mean, one was kind of a throwaway. This one snipes on in the head. And then, of course, the last one also clipped onto Elk, but didn't quite kill him. So, again, Tarzan just great accuracy when it matters the most.
And you could see the pressure that Xiaohu was putting on mid as well. Tarzan and Xiaohu, they've been in finals before. This is not their first time. They shake off game number 1 and they return strong. This is what we wanted to see from Weibo. Like, you can't afford to let a game 1 like that rattle you, and it's clear that it hasn't.
Weibo, still though, that's the start of something that cannot be the end of it. They're actually still behind in team gold. The lanes have not been solved just yet. They are going once again. Tarzan heading towards bot.
On, already chunked. Crisp does take a little bit of damage, but the spears come in again, this time dodged. Wei arrives on the scene and Tarzan suddenly becomes the target instead. Elk is 2v1ing in the meantime. Another spear landing. Tarzan, inspired by the recent Olympics it seems, as every javelin is on target.
It's going to sound like such a random tangent. You know there's a banned way to throw javelins in the Olympics, you spin around to throw. Go look that up sometime. Not the time for it right now, we're going to finals the cast.
Yeah, Weibo. This play here on the bottom side though, chunking out on, means he can't necessarily walk up and very freely, you know, apply the stacking passive. And Wave also being slightly chunked down, just having a bad base off of the first sequence, or the first rather clear, means that this is now a dragon for Weibo on the bottom side, where Ashen Form is in the other lane.
So we are going to see Grubs go down to Wei. Zyra very, very good at killing Grubs as well. The way that her kind of W passive works when you're killing the little mites is that you get a lot of that cooldown.
Wow.
Xiaohu wants to stop him.
Wei forced to flash, but he's on the wrong side of the play. Xiaohu finishes him off. In comes Knight to try and save the day. Flushes to safety, and a Knight in shining armor indeed.
Yeah, Knight and also on there at that play, the passive stunning up both Bereave and Xiaohu just means no more damage can be applied and they die in the CC. Great rotation to stop this these Grubs from going down fully.
Does stop that. Can BLG get back in time to do that? The problem is when you go towards those Grubs, especially against something like the Nidalee too, you can't waste too much time. If he goes back to the Grubs now, he might drop some farm to the Nidalee. Xiaohu, again, real credit to him. We were saying Tarzan, Xiaohu, they have done this all before in terms of this final stuff. Come in again, at least get Wei. Giving 2 kills over though, it is not particularly great. One of them goes towards the Gnar, one of them goes towards this area as well. Those are big leads which could start exploding. We already talked about that Gnar versus Renekton matchup being a big problem potentially later into the game.
It's a little bit awkward to go for those extra Grubs. Wei's already got that first one. He's on his chickens right now, but Tarzan's on the bottom side, and On suddenly finds that out the hard way. The Unbreakable comes out, might just save his life. Spear predicted this time by Off.
A little bit wayward, but you can see how much damage that Tarzan has up front. Now look at this, because Elk being forced all the way back. They know Tarzan's bot side, and of course Wei top side looked like he was looking for Grubs again, so it's a blue buff invade where Elk's also losing out. And I mean, BLG just don't have numbers down here this minute. They are rotating over, but again, blue buff probably gone. And that's all they really look for here.
A little bit of damage onto On. It's not too significant. Gromp here is basically what we're fighting over at this point. Crisp spotted. Tarzan's still there, looking for a javelin. BLG do seem to be reading them now, but look at this wave that's going to be missed.
Yeah, this is the big thing. This is the win for Weibo. They didn't want to overstay. They didn't want to go into Knight popping ults at them with the Zeri, just Tony Hawk wall riding over towards them. But they can at least stop bot lane getting towards some of this farm down here and start using Light's Ezreal to put out some really good damage. Light really being accurate with these skill shots right now alongside Tarzan. It is going to lead to potentially a threat.
Yeah, maybe. They can find some poke underneath this tower, turn it into a dive, but I mean, big point now is that Elk, both summon spells this time out, Podges on the other bit, has the crystalline arrow as well for a defensive play.
Importantly, it's risky to be here, but he managed to catch the last 2 waves. He's done a very good job of hitting the vast majority of these minions.
Yeah.
His footwork, I mean, how the hell is he still 3/4 of his HP?
Not getting hit by any of those skill shots, but also on, then hits level 6.
Slow on Xiaohu, ults come in, the vines are down, and they strangle the life from Xiaohu. Tarzan moves in, but there's little he can do to defend.
Xiaohu flashed in top side to kill Wei, and BLG returned the favor twice. Ult in bot side gonna force out that cleanse.
That's from Light, slow onto Chris, engage onto On, double knocker, but a stun comes in. On flashes to safety as Elk looks to chase. You never escape from a fight with Ashe, but Elk decides this one's over.
Weibo just really want to dunk on Elk, and On, you can see that grubs are now being finished by Wei. Tarzan is now hunting for these low HP bot laners.
But where are they? They've escaped through the river. Elk trying to escape that way. The ward down, he's going to move back underneath the tower. Look at this movement! They're absolute secret agents. BLG's bot lane surviving for now.
They want Elk sums at least for this.
Their time is up. Chris goes underneath the tower. He'll go down. It's 1-for-1. Slow on Tarzan as Knight arrives again at the last second. And somehow BLG get away with it. Oh, Breathe is in trouble on the top side. Wei might just finish the job. He's out of cooldowns for now. Breathe will walk away, but Knight now getting chased down. It's pure action. Tarzan chunked, rocket onto Elk. They will back away.
Somehow this play keeps going. Weibo just keeps stopping these resets happening. The big winner of this is probably Light, who gets to keep hitting this turret. The only reason this doesn't go from bad to worse is because BLG end up somehow Metal Gear Soliding their way across that vision and back under towards that turret. While all this is happening, Bin is left out of the net again. 1.2k ahead in that Gnar matchup. Now that's a huge problem.
Yeah, ring around the rosy kings, Elkanon, I guess. But also another kind of silent benefactor of this play, Wei. Wei is almost a full level up now on Tarzan, just through farming his jungle on the top side. And Tarzan, of course, you know, stealing away camps from Wei, sure, but whilst all of the shenaniganery is going on, if he's stealing away camps from Tarzan,
by the way.
He's kind of going 2 camps up per camp, right? So this feels great in the right here, right now, as long as Wei's able to get back to base, potentially finish up the boundaries like Tarzan has, and they're 1 apiece.
And you know, when I saw the Renekton Nidalee in the draft, I was like, okay, Bin's in trouble. No. Bin has been left on an island. He's about to finish off that 4th plate. He is dominating with a 20 CS lead with 4 plates. He's going to be a problem for Weibo.
Bin is already a problem. He is going to get worse. I believe the phrase he used before was Bin cares not for recycling. The Bin day is changing. He's just taking out the trash nowadays. At least that dragon being taken on that boss side.
And I will say, Breathe walked onto the stage today and patted that bicep. Bicep's looking a little bit more like custard now. The way that this top matchup's going. Have you not heard of that? They're like bingo wings, looks a bit like custard.
No, I've never.
Custard in a bag, no? Okay, never mind. Moving on. Maybe not a finals reference after all. Arrow flashed. TP in. Coming through from Knight. Knight is loving being in a side lane today.
And Knight just on this Zeri, it just gets that ability to wall right over the wall. He's not playing Zeri, he's playing Tony Hawk. He just gets to go into these side lanes over and over. You can't just survive here. Chris going in.
Now that's going to be on going down. Surely jumps to a minion and actually survives it in the meantime. Tarzan's been sniped. Stun onto Crisp and he falls. What is this from BLG? They are just dipping Weibo.
The gold's come from nowhere. There's a teleport now coming out from Xiaohu just to make sure that Light doesn't get dove. It's 4,000 gold just out of nowhere, out of the hat for BLG. Mostly from top side, yes, but this lead bleeding from the mid lane down back towards the bot side to recover all of these plays Tarzan was making down.
Yes, it's just another one of these series of plays from BLG where it just feels like they just find all of these strong pieces to throw at a play and say, you know what, we'll just make it work. We get this person to the right area of the map, we can improvise, and that's exactly what they've been doing. There is a method to the madness. I'm not saying it's all improv. There's a very good structure to it in terms of pushing waves, roaming, using Zeri kind of like a semi-global, because that wall ride is so important that you can get into play so easily. And even though the bot side 3v3 was working out really well for Weibo before, Xiaohu doesn't choose to teleport towards this early enough. He sat in base. Maybe the call is just different. Surely there must be just a communication error here. Xiaohu sat in base all that time. He doesn't even teleport back to live.
Chris goes in, but I'm not sure he'll last for long. Perhaps caught out and decided he had to try and find something. Xiaohu now on the top side of the players. Breathe and Tarzan look for a way in, but Bin is just such a monster. He has no fear, and he's about to turn Mega. Weibo have got to be cautious how far they step forward here. He's got the read now on Tarzan. After that first play, he's figured out the javelins. He's getting closed down on here. Slow onto Tarzan, unbreakable. Blocks some damage, and he'll walk away.
Tarzan's starting to lose a little bit of his potency at the minute. Not only the accuracy, but still at level 8. I'm sure that Grok will give it to him, but again, all of these plays back to back, the death just then, the dives not going the way that they needed to on the bottom side, it's all starting to unravel a bit for him.
And just
the rest of the top side.
Just look at this last series of plays and how BLG have just so seamlessly gone into the advantage like this. This is exactly why BLG have ruled this year. This team has come out of, you know, bits and pieces, building together towards something incredible over the last couple of years. Ash Arrow coming through.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow flies in and hits its mark. Tarzan caught and evaporates before our very eyes. And Crisp gone on, blocks the ultimate. Herald down with a smite in tow. Bin turns Mega just in time and survives the play. BLG without a casualty continue to roll Weibo.
Elk is not even needed. BLG do it again. They take all of their strong pieces and throw them at Weibo. But Weibo cannot find an answer. BLG are so good at snowballing these broken games.
I'm not even sure where Weibo go from this point now. They've lost Herald. This is a massive amount of injection of gold for BLG from this tier 2 on the bottom side. And like you said, Nymera, Elk, you know, there with the crystalline arrow, sure, but his body wasn't. It was just full-blown, you know, front to back in a 4v5.
This
now,
looks like a little poster attached to the note. I'll see you in bot lane.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Now, I think for BLG, you know, a Dragon in just under 90 seconds time, just take that for the sake of making sure Weibo don't stack and get one away from Soul, and then Baron's up in 4 minutes. This feels horrible for Weibo. We said, you know, again, maybe they can match the mid-game poke. The tiers aren't even, you know, fully stacked yet, let alone have the mirror.
They are for Weibo, let me tell you. Weibo fans' tiers are fully stacked with the way this series is going. And Herald now in the mid lane as well.
It's going for bad to worse. Kill it before it completes its charge, but does charge in, they just send it into this tier 2. And again, control now fully there for BLG. Weibo, I would say it's going to take a miracle, but it feels like even more in this kind of game.
And Nymera, you talked to me once on one of the casts, and you were saying that these niddly deaths, the first couple, they weigh double, you know? And right now, Tarzan, he's had a couple of deaths, and it feels like the momentum just evaporated from Weibo.
Considering how well he played the first few levels, it has really changed. Teleport coming in, Weibo looking for a snapback, but I don't think they've managed to just about close the jaws.
17 minutes, and they look for a comeback play. TP comes on through, and Chris, I mean, he just can't move. He can't do anything in the matchup. You talked about the Braum flash away from the arrow. As in goes Knight for a 1v2, and he wins it as well. It's not just his left hand that's going in. He's coughing at this point as Light takes him out. And Elk will finish one. Breed gets onto Elk as well, but he walks away with no HP. He survives anyway.
I can't believe it, BLG. I mean, the play I like from Weibo, the idea, right? Just throw anything at the wall, see what sticks, but BLG just play it out perfectly. There's no follow-up for Crisp, and everyone falls one by one.
Insult to injury here, BLG pick up a Dragon, and Weibo aren't going to get onto an early soul point. If they win that fight through that teleport, then yes, maybe they get to a soul point off of that, and they can start using that to give themselves options later instead. They don't have options. The options in this game are BLGs, and they are Elks, and you know what? It's been a while since we've put our hands together and channeled a bit of our inner prey with the cross-map Ash arrows, but this one is a bit of divine intervention. Incredible arrow, and they don't even need anything else after that point. Instant kill turns what was a 4v5 into a very easy 4v4. And one of the big things through all of these fights is just like how much damage the Zyra's putting out too. This is just incredible amounts of burst coming out from all members of BLG.
Again, it's just about the power of being able to kind of stand your ground, pick your first target, and then move forward, you know, with Ash slows, with Braum. And here again, I like this play, honestly, from Weibo. It's fine, but the problem is that flash stun over the wall from Chris, it actually connects onto On. It's not chain CC'd onto Wei, so Wei's been able to get his spells out, and Breathe can't actually find the back line. And then from this point on, as soon as Knight goes in, it's pretty much a done deal. Light is able to win out on this 1v1, barely with a little bit of assistance from Xiaohu, but then it's just about this route that comes through. Look at Breathe, trying to find his way onto Elk. 1 HP.
Unbelievable.
So close.
And while we're talking, BLG, of course, are pretty much ending the game. It's only 19 minutes into the game. But it feels once again like Weibo will need a miracle. And you talked of divine intervention. I feel like this BLG roster was divine inspiration for the organization. Before this roster, they had barely succeeded. Last year when they put this bot lane together, when they brought Shun over, these were players that had never succeeded. They'd been good, but they never succeeded. And boy, are they succeeding today. Xiaohu falls again. Tarzan wants to find something. Health bar's low, the javelin short though. And I don't think Weibo will find their mark.
BLG, what a team. They just keep finding play after play. The flash forward, Tarzan caught out.
There's the knock up, and there is the kill. Another one for BLG. The story continues. This roster came from nowhere last year by beating Weibo 3-0. They went on to lose in World Semifinals to Weibo. This time around, they're not letting them have an inch.
And that death top side in front of Baron as it spawns. Going to signify a 20-minute Baron for BLG as well. We'll see if maybe, just maybe, Weibo can find something. But again, needle in a haystack.
Do you know, I was thinking with a Braum there, it shouldn't be possible. On was not in the pit.
No, he was not.
Still a Baron for BLG to the end, but it was close.
Yeah, oh, Breathe.
Oh no, Breathe, he's caught out again.
Trying to make the
Teleport
play.
through.
Elk got away last time. Breathe doesn't want to let it happen. Slices and dices, he finds one. Bin, wow, trades it though. He's about to turn Mega. I don't think this is the opportunity Xiaohu wants.
Nope.
I don't think they can go for more, but Crisp is still hunting right now. Gets caught by the plants, gets caught by a boulder. That tower's still up, by the way.
Yeah, it is. I don't think they're going to be able to find anything else here. Tarzan as well, they're all hunting. But yeah, I mean, for Weibo, it's just a little too late for them, it feels. You know, their Triforce tier items, they're here, but Knight, look at him, he's here.
Knight over the wall has been the story of this entire game. He finds yet another 7, 1, and 8 on the Zeri. Everywhere Weibo go, Knight arrives to answer. Xiaohu forced the Valkyrie away as BLG defend.
Teleport coming in. Weibo don't want the recess. They don't want to use the Baron buff.
Oh, Knight's behind them. Knight has TP'd behind them. He's found his flank. Your teleport be damned, Breathe. You get nothing. Wei walks away and BLG outdo them.
Is that a Knight or a Ninja? You can't keep track of this guy. Out of the shadows and puts Weibo into the coffin. 10, 1, and 9. Knight is chasing that 4th title in a row.
Left, right, up, down. Knight is coming at you from any angle possible. And right now, BLG, they're breaking the base of Weibo right here.
It's a Knight revolution at this point because he is dominating on the movement. 10, 1, and 9. The base broken open, and I don't think BLG are stopping this play anytime soon. They've got the Baron to work with. No TPs, and actually Wei nowhere near on this one. The 2 inhibs will be all they get. Xiaohu TPs for a flank here, and Chris dives into the action. Elk, the target, but everything's missing. No damage is connecting, and Weibo falls short once more as Knight slides into the play. Oh, and here is Wei to finish the job.
BLG, they've still got the Baron. They're not stopping here.
That's a mini. No, he doesn't have any fear, but he might not have any life. No, he does. Breathe, denied. Again, can this Croc get a single play?
This could be the game almost. They've got another wave on the top side as well. It's not got a super minion on it, but Baron buff, maybe a Nexus tower at the very least. Depends. They've got Dragon in a few seconds' time, so they're going to retreat towards that.
Ben just went for the recall, said, look, folks, I know we're having fun. It's still a finals. Let's maybe just make sure we don't do any of that. Tiki funny flipping around the end of the base. We know exactly what can happen.
And to be fair, that's a really good point to bring up because BLG, this has not been the cleanest year for them. They had a lot of tee-hee funny games during the regular split.
Especially in summer.
And people asked, like, is this team everything we thought they were going to be? The second we got to playoffs, they flicked a switch. And suddenly, they're this team on our screen now today.
And I think the real special thing is that BLG, when they flicked that switch, for the first time in a very long time, it didn't really feel like there was a contender team. As soon as they just downed Top Esports, Top Esports didn't really managed to have the playoffs they wanted either. It has been BLG left alone here. It's not BLG versus JDG. It's not RNG, EDG, or like these two-team kind of confrontations at the top.
Yeah.
This year has basically just been BLG for the LPL.
And you know, the LPL is a region of eras, right? We've had EDG versus RNG for many, many years, a long time ago. Xiaohu being the main factor of that alongside Clearlove. There's a reason they both have 5 titles. We had JDG for the last 3 years, Knight being a part of that story. And now BLG looking for their second title to cement the beginning, perhaps, of an era of their own.
Very by the books for BLG right now, though. Going back in and going for this third in him. No Baron buff, but again, so much pressure. Bin on the side as well, Crystalline Arrow. Front line, but
Tarzan's already gone as Bin just jumped into the back line. And Chris will be sacrificed. Knight flashes into 3 of them under the towers, and he gets away with it as well. It feels like BLG cannot make a single mistake. It feels like everything they do works out. They've got that Felix Felicis today as Weibo pushed to their Nexus for the second time today already. 2 wins in 50 minutes total. It's not even been an hour of gameplay as BLG find match points.
Early on in summer, the question to BLG was, are you going to start respecting your opponents? We're done with you flipping these games, not turning that switch on. Well, we've hit playoffs and now we've hit finals, and the answer is definitively yes. And the response now from the rest of the LPL has been shivers. It has been fear, because who can stand up to a team like this as ruthless as BLG?
This was cool, calm, and disciplined from BLG. I don't even know if they really put a foot wrong, now that I think about it, on a global macro sense.
Yeah.
Inside of this game, it was individual prowess from Weibo at best in the early game from Tarzan.
Yeah.
That was about it.
I mean, even in terms of a micro sense, like you're talking about Tarzan, like his javelins to start the game were absolutely phenomenal, but it felt like BLG spent the first 5 minutes downloading him and he never hit a javelin again, you know? And it feels like the micro in all of these fights, the amount of times players on BLG were getting away on 1-2 HP, just barely surviving, the amount of times they shut down Breathe, who was in the mix of 4, getting people low, just never quite able to finish the job.
Yeah, and I do wonder now, as you know, game 2's done, game 3 on the horizon, what exactly Weibo do backs against the wall? We saw what happened in finals last year at Worlds, back against the wall. Nothing really changed. I think if there's a positive to take away from this game 2, it's that Tarzan, at the very least, early game, he can play it and he can play it well. I need to see a slightly better early game plan, because again, playing into that bot side, I get trying to nullify it, but you've got Renekton on the top side, try and push that through, put Bin in the floor and try and give yourself something to play through on the side lane later.
I wonder whether we change jungle champions for Tarzan with that too. Maybe try, it can be a bit risky, especially with stuff like Lilia being very powerful for Wei on the other side. Maybe try a Sejuani or a Maokai again, just try and get something a little bit more tanky, that you have a bit more brute force to kind of just say, look, I've got the HP to take an extra couple of skill shots, something like that. Just force a play a little bit harder, where a Nidalee can sometimes just get shut down in that early game. And as we said, the first couple of deaths you give up as a Nidalee are really, really bad. I don't think you're going to get away with no deaths versus BLG, but the Sejuani makes it a little bit easier to play around that, maybe?
I don't know, we'll have to find out. Something has got to give, something's got to change for Weibo, but for BLG, I mean, it's like their birthday right now. They're looking on the cusp of finishing things off, but Weibo, surely they can dig deep. We'll find out after the break. to Crisp. They're winning the 2v2 again. Crisp is being taken down. Xiaohu finishes him off. In comes Knight to try and save the day. Flushes to safety, and a Knight in shining armor indeed. Turns Mega just in time and survives the play. BLG without a casualty. Could finish one. Breed gets on to Elk as well, but he walks away with no HP. Boy, are they succeeding today. Xiaohu falls again.
Welcome back to the LPL Summer Finals, where we just witnessed BLG walk up and say, no, actually, this trophy, we're really taking it today. Possibly. Well, we don't know where Weibo's going to stand next, but guys, let's talk about yet another very dominant game from BLG. I mean, look at this.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, just pure dominance across the board. Really, in terms of individuals, BLG are just showing up today. They're outplaying Weibo in the early games. They're getting the better of them in 1v1s, 2v2s, hell, even the 3v3s. And I don't even feel like we're really getting a chance to see Weibo do anything. That's how dominant BLG have been.
And it's taking, like, they had some advantage. They looked at 2v2 bot side and they said, maybe we can make something happen here. Then in the end, it doesn't matter. So it just feels like holistically across the board, they're not able to come up with the answers. And we saw all this focus in the early game going down towards this bot lane.
Also, what an imposter minion right there. I don't know how that Q went through it. I don't know what Tarzan whispered to that creep's ear to let that spear go through, but it happened. I just feel like Weibo Gaming are completely out of their comfort zone. They're overforcing. They're trying to fight. They're literally playing that game number 3 versus BLG, but BLG are not playing their game at all, for that matter. They're literally seeing champion, engaging champion over and over and over again. And BLG has proved to outhands them every single time within 2 series. I'm talking 5 games straight between these 2 teams within now and the semifinals upper bracket.
And the problem with Tarzan going with the Nidalee and it's starting off so strongly is we've seen him start off strongly before, but it's about closing things out. And especially with the Nidalee, and they talked about it on the cast, you die a couple times in a row on a champion that has so many resources like this, it feels 10 times worse than just a couple deaths.
Yeah, I don't think things are looking very, very bright for Weibo Gaming, but where do we think they can actually try to get another way of, you know, taking at least one game at this point?
Again, the very first thing that they have to get straight is their laning phases.
Yes.
We've seen both games in a row, especially their bot lane, aggressively looking for those 2v2s, and both times it came back to bite them. Knight's gotten the better of Xiaohu so far in both games in laning phase, and a lot of times, like, we're seeing these advantages start to matter before junglers even get involved.
You know what's really aggravating? A lot of teams will fall into this, I call it the bot lane magnet with BLG. Top Esports was one of those experiments as well, where TN just kept going bot lane over and over and over again, and BLG were ready to reply to that pressure. And I feel like Weibo Gaming are falling straight into that same damn trap. Tarzan shows up bot lane, he forgets to leave. He's permanently bot lane, and I'm like, you've drafted Renekton Nidalee to play topside.
It's one of those things where it's like, I understand the initial gank bot, you see them chunk, you see BLG's bot lane overstaying after they win the trade, but yeah, then you never even pay mind to topside. And you can't just let people like Ben, players like Knight, have a free time to be able to get strong in these team fights, because yeah, especially in the 5v5s, BLG just ran over Weibo.
Now, let's hit it right here. This is a BLG, I mean,
of course.
This is a BLG of utter dominance. Again, they were chasing relevance for years. They found relevance because this guy on your screens joined the team earlier this year. They're going for the 2nd trophy in a row, and he's the common denominator right here. Just want to remind everyone, this BLG died to Weibo Gaming in the semifinals of Worlds. Weibo Gaming went to finals because they beat BLG, but now Knight is here to stop them dead in their tracks.
Yeah, I think it's not the first iteration of this attempt of a dominant era for BLG. This is a team that has tried super teams for multiple years in a row, and it finally feels like, after going through all those trials and tribulations from 2023, the big brother of JDG, it really does feel like 2024 can be their year.
Yeah, and again, let's remember that this would be Knight's 4th split in a row that he wins, if they can pull it over the line. So that he'd be beating Clear Love out in terms of back-to-back LPL title wins. and now 2 MVPs in a row. Like, what a performance in a final.
2 years in a row, first in the LPL, we take those.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Wow, I mean, Georgia, I know that you had brought up the fact that Renekton was a very interesting pick on both top laners.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like it kind of reflects on the draft here, right? When you see BLG on blue
Yes.
side, they do tend to pick towards that Renekton. And then when you see also Weibo on that side, even though it wasn't necessarily a B1, I did not want to see a B1 Renekton right there. They still tend to go towards that. I feel like it's a very staple pick for both of those top lanes. They've done both well. However, if we can bring up the draft just really briefly right here, I just wanted to see a few of the stylistic differences that those teams both brought. I think specifically where the Corki got left unbanned on red side. And basically they were inviting Shahu. They were like, you can pick the Lucian if you want. We'll have Knight on Corki to go up against it.
I really wanted to pick the Lucian.
You know what? Hindsight Andy right here, I wish they had picked that Lucian too.
It also was an adaptation from Tarzan, right? I think we've seen him take a lot more individualistic junglers, things that can carry a little bit more through that jungle position, but you have to be able to make that work longevity-wise, right? And if you're grabbing an Italy and you're getting this early lead, but you aren't keeping a head above everybody else, then Italy doesn't become an impact later on.
And also right here, you see the Nidalee paired up with the Renekton. A tail as all this time. You see Renekton, Nidalee, they want to play through topside, and it's very genius. You ban the Cassante, one of the safest champions over on the top side of the map, due to the terrain difference when it changed. And you know Bin is not going to pick any Scions or Orns. You know, he's either going towards something like a Jax or the Gnar that he did right here. Extremely diveable champions. The Gnar more so than the Jax, right? Especially if you catch him in a mid-Gnar form. This is why I'm like, BLG have this mind control over teams, getting them to play towards that bot side of the map. And I'm like, Bean has been their best performing player this entire split. Shut him down and get your top laner ahead.
I mean,
Easier said than done.
Elkinon playing on that line, right? It's mesmerizing the other teams down. But right, holistically, I think Weibo's draft makes a lot of sense. You have the poke there from 3 champions. You have the front line. But I remember Nightmare was talking about going in the game that BLG did have a lot of answers, right? You not only have things like the Enchanted Crystal Arrow to set up picks, you can play through side lanes with the Gnar. Like, you have different avenues to explore to make Weibo's game hard. So it's like, yeah, we're going to need to see... I don't even know if we need better win conditions and more cohesive draft. This is like Weibo throw everything at the wall, bring it. You know, I want to see Breed's Fiora from back when he was known as Curse playing on OMG in 2020.
Okay,
you know what I mean?
Do you know who has a pentakill at Worlds Finals?
Oh, I know.
It's been on Fiora. I mean, okay.
Fiora
Scrap
Jax,
the Fiora.
Fiora Camille. You know, let's have some fun. Let's get the
anger
2
him,
kills
man.
per minute game back.
Ooh.
I'll just say though, I mean,
that's a good one.
I don't know if there's anything that can stop BLG. Like, it just
At this
feels
point.
like this team has been building up to this moment, right?
Yes.
You have players that have been integral pieces to the new age of BLG, and it's not just a come in spring, besides Wei, you know, coming in here late in summer, but it really is a team that they've been trying to cultivate and build. And that's something impressive to see in the LPL, because we don't necessarily get that as often with 17 teams in the league.
Yep.
Well, it is potentially match point in the next game. What are you guys thinking that we're going to be seeing?
Tarzan back on, I call them dog champions because they're on a leash, right? You're basically playing for your team. Back on Maokai, back on Sejuani, something that facilitates early game, easy kills, nothing that farms, play for blood. That's literally what they did game 3 in the top semi-final versus BLG in the previous series. Do it again. These guys have more than good enough hands to make it stick, but they need more sticking power. And I feel like things like Maokai and Sejuani really facilitate that.
I also think it's a time where you can't be afraid of any of the traps BLG can set up for you in draft. It's like if they do offer you your best champion, like Shahu again being undefeated on that Lucian, it's like, hey, whatever, we'll fall into the trap. We just need to see. I really feel like we need to start seeing better individual performances starting from the laning phase. That's so huge for me.
Consistency, trying to find a way to make all these legendary players actually perform to the level we know of them. Because we said at the beginning of the day, every Weibo can have its day.
Yes.
But we just got to see which Weibo
Is
we
it
get.
today, though?
Well, maybe not today, but maybe Weibo's going to have a few more days to play until their journey to Worlds.
Maybe at
if it
World
is the case,
semifinals, you know, they'll meet again. I'm getting a bit ahead of myself there.
It's all cyclical.
Oh my god. All right, well, As we mentioned a couple of times already, it is almost match point or potentially match point for BLG. So I'm excited to see what comes up next. I'm hoping that we get, more games out of this, but in case we don't, well, I guess this has been fun. Well, I think Munch ready for us? Yeah.
I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Like, I think that's where we're kind of all at this point. I really appreciate the honesty from Lara.
It's been fun.
It has been fun.
Yeah.
I can't argue with that. I can't argue with that.
Well, gentlemen. BLG.
What is the job?
What is the Don't.
Enjoying a series.
Enjoying a series?
I want to drop a fact on you guys.
Yeah,
Go for something producer Rashid has been dropping in my ears. Back in 2019, let me take you down memory lane. G2 played Team Liquid at MSI.
That they did.
That was a very fast best of 5. That finished 3-0 in 70 minutes and 39 seconds. Weibo are now against the ropes, fighting against that record, because with 2 25-minute wins from BLG, if BLG can finish the game in, I think it's about 20 minutes and 30 seconds, they're on track to challenge that record.
That's how this conversation has changed in this series. First game, the early game was back and forth. There's one big mistake which kind of blew out the game in game 1. We're now talking about potentially Weibo trying to escape being the victims of the fastest best of 5 series that we've ever seen in Pro League. The conversation has changed so much in the last hour.
I think the important thing there is BLG are on the cusp of record-breaking League of Legends play, and this is a new thing in LPL to have a team that is this dominant in a final, that is this dominant across an entire year, really. We've had JDG that were at the top, but there was always people challenging them. BLG, namely, being the one to challenge them. RNG and EDG always checking each other. IG and RNG checking each other. BLG in this final feel totally unchecked.
And it's spring as well. BLG also had a dominant finals there. This is even a step beyond that. I think a lot of people have it in their heads about what happened around MSI when they lost to Gen G, of course, in those finals. They were still in finals of MSI as well. This team has had an incredible year, and as we've been saying here, there is no competitor now in the LPL. Weibo, they do have another chance here as well, and we know that Weibo can do a great many beautiful things as a team, but it is such an uphill battle.
It's going to take reverse sweeping BLG.
I will say, if there's anyone that's going to reverse sweep BLG, it's Weibo. Nobody expected them to even be in this final. You've always got to expect the unexpected with this team. They're here to play. Let's see what they can do. Blue side for game number 3 for Weibo. They ban the Gnar this time around. I think we might be getting a little bit redacted again.
Yeah, we'll see. Corki, though, I think still worth the B1. Even though, look, Weibo got smashed. Corki was still actually starting to deal damage.
Yes.
Right? I think this was more of a case of, hey, I'm not even going to try and sell you guys the Corki buy. We all know how strong Corki is.
Yep.
So, good opening. It's now about what BLG actually decide to prioritize. With Dash and the Gnar bans, quite a few more picks compared to what we saw previously. Lightweights Maokai have slipped through the draft this time out. Lucian still remains a ban.
Lucian's banned. Ash was banned from compared to the last game as well. Ezreal, I think, raises in priority because of that. I think that's one of the best kind of tier-listed AD carries left. I think you could probably looking for a Zeri on 3 for Knight or another answer if you want to. You don't really want to play the Smolder into the Corki. I think that's a Zeri only matchup really for mid lane. It's much better there. To look at the Zeri, look at the Ezreal, and of course the Renekton as well for that top lane. If Breed doesn't have an answer to this is going to be a bloody top lane matchup again, and Bin has been really taking him to task.
I do really hope Breed brings out a carry. That's what we saw in game number 3 last time around. Like something like the Jax that's a bit of a classic for him. I mean, Kennen is open and available as well. There are picks that Breed could go for that bring a little bit more presence. Cassante is going to be his answer.
So the one kind of caveat I'll say here is that you see the Maokai ult. Cassante is fantastic against Maokai ult because you press double and go unstoppable. He is taking a blow for the team there, but once again, it just opens up Bin to lane dominate.
Yeah, exactly. So freedom on the top side for Bin. Agency and ways to start fight through way on this Maokai. Knight has been hovering over that Smolder for a while. I enjoy the idea of the Nasus,
Versus
but we're
Corki sounds awful.
Yeah, it doesn't sound great, even with the E-Tech. So yeah, we're going to get the Smolder. Could potentially be room to have Knight be bullied out on the earliest of stages, but again, we'll see exactly how Knight decides to pilot this in the 1.
Yeah, so we did see, of course, Knight getting solo kills in the game 1. Fantastic play into the Zeri. It is a harder lane matchup into the Corki, so I'm not expecting quite that same kind of game. Well, okay, it's Knight. Maybe we can expect a game like that, but it shouldn't be as easy a matchup. Hopefully, I guess if you're a Weibo fan, that gives you some hope for Xiaohu at least getting some pressure early on.
So Leona taken off the cards. We talked in the last draft about these engaged champions and the value that they can bring, but BLG already have a substantial amount of engage with Wei. Having that Maokai ultimate available or on is technically a flex. I expect that to go to Wei though. And so banning away these engaged supports from the likes of Crisp. Rel could be a good one, but honestly, you could just go for the Rel yourself on the next pick.
Yeah, you could, but I feel like if you're BLG, you probably value support R5 a little bit more. AD blinders, AD matchups don't tend to matter unless they're like so one-sided that it's the AD matchup.
We're not in a Draven matchup meta right now.
Yeah. Worth mentioning as well, the Smolder is a flex. It's possible that could also go down to the bottom side.
Yeah, we could see that 100% be given to Elk if the circumstances are right. Let's see what Wave will decide to ban out second here. The Kalista ban, obviously a true Hulk ban. Do they just remove the Zeri? Maybe take away the possibility of having it flex both ways? I think that's also potentially a good shout. But it does, of course, also then kind of limit Lightsum a little bit to a point as well, so they have to think about that. Look how many AD carry bans there are. Ashe, Ziggs, Kalista, Ezreal, MF. Like, there's a lot been taken away from that bottom lane. Now pushing it. I mean, this has been something that Light has really liked to go towards, that Varus. Elk not going to fall for it. He goes for the Jhin instead, setting up for Knight to be the carry.
If anyone missed the last series between these two teams and missed what the heck happened with Elk playing that Jhin in that game 3, it was absolutely monstrous. Now this time the Jhin is into a hyper tank. The Jhin struggles into tank, so Elk will have to play hitting that backline and somehow rearranging himself around that.
I don't think it matters though. I think he's just playing alongside the Maokai. I think this Jhin is true setup for mid-game fights. To give bin angles, to give Knight angles on this Smolder. Now, Varus is hovered by Elk, I think probably as kind of a tease, you're probably knocking this in. Yeah. That's exactly what Light does. Now it's about the support matchup. I mean, again, Alistar's up. Brawl not the best pairing with Jhin, so you're a little bit less worried about it in terms of the early game matchups, and I do suspect if we do get this Alistar on, again, if he wants the Brawl for the early laning stage, he can. But again, I feel like you want some kind of engage. You could probably look towards something like the Nautilus, just more lockdown, more forward go.
If you want more lane presence, so I go towards the Rakan. Rakan's not really been anything there as well. But yeah, you're looking for something with a bit of that aggressive option if it's all possible. Braum can kind of at least get away with Jhin being the support AD mid carry.
I actually quite like Poppy here. One, not just because of the matchup, but two, Poppy has a lot of extra damage on offer, but Bard!
On is X-Sooning. Sword Art was the Bard guy. He goes up to BLG. He brings out the Bard in Game 3 of the Summer Finals. On is here to play.
Yeah, you know, we're in our fantasy video game here. We're done with Wizards, we're done with Paladins, we're done with Warlocks. Let's have a Bard instead. A bit of music to have some fanfare here in Game 3. Really lane dominant. Jhin Bard has been a lane ever since these champions have been released all the way back all those years ago. And now you have Maokai corralling everyone together, potentially opening up for a Bard as well, and Jhin too. I look at this combo from BLG. It's really oppressive. They manage to just pull all their ults at the same time and just kind of have that slow roll team fight. Their engage isn't always as fast as a Rel flash in, but it is still so devastating.
Frontline can't block the curtain call if the front line is in stasis.
It's so frightening to think about, and we'll talk about the team fight setup as, you know, we get towards those moments, but just the idea of Maokai pressing R, everyone has to bunch up, but then Bard ult, Smolder existing, giving Bin the potential of just standing in the stasis, waiting in Dominus. It's... oh my goodness me. Weibo, I don't know if they ever really should group up. It's one of those kind of awkward games.
It is going to be one of those awkward games. But Weibo have to find a way. They are pushed to their limit here in the final. They were unexpected. They came in as an underdog, and BLG have laid down the law. They want to begin their era, and Weibo is the last opponent in their way. BLG here for the grand finals, and they want to make it a quick one. Weibo have to fight back. Imagine being the guy that brought the Weibo drum into the arena. These being the games that you have to watch. That's gonna sting.
Still got regionals.
I mean,
Wow.
yeah, I'm not saying that they're...
You are the best you're the best pep talker here, Jamal. Wow.
Yeah, this one...
You know, there's the series after this. If you lose, you know, they're still in the series.
The finals isn't over yet, Jamana. Hopefully. Well, BLG, strong start to this final. And again, like from a story perspective, this is the team that wants to lay down the law in the LPL. They are poised, but Weibo, it would be the Weibo thing, wouldn't it?
See that BLG hovering around, seeing if maybe they can walk forwards. Bard level 1, very strong, of course. You stand next to that wall and you open yourself up. Tarzan can get one more here.
Okay, nice sidestep. Does get rooted, though, by the Deadly Flourish. Triple pull from Crisp is huge. And Xiaohu on the flank here. Heal comes through from On to back away once more. Knight now trading with Xiaohu. In the meantime, getting those stacks. It's a long old level 1 here, and Weibo are sticking around. On, still going for more in the invade. Flashed on, low on HP, flashes over the wall, keeps himself alive. Wei, though, is caught in no man's land. Gets his phase rush, dashes to safety. How is no one dead?
I don't know what the heck happens there with so many flashes blown. No one dies, but the resets are going to be pretty bad for some of these lanes. Elk and On, they aren't really going to be able to stick around that laning phase. You know who the real winner here is? It's actually Knight in the mid lane. Smolder level 1 versus Corki is not great. He manages to escape that, gets a HP advantage. That's a big problem.
Okay, well, PLG's invade goes a bit wayward. However,
I was going to say he's top esports. He's not top esports.
You know, I thought about
ago.
making the joke, and I said, nah, probably not going to do it. But yeah, again, and the other thing is Tarzan wasn't chunked out low enough. Brand can have a bit of an unhealthy clear at times, but in this case, you know, starting on the Raptors, going to leave his red and Krugs for now and just steer upwards, and that's going to get him through this early stages. Wei, again,
unhealthy clears.
will also suffer a bit of a similar fate, and maybe going to be a little bit behind on tempo in terms of being able to impact the lane somewhere.
I really want to echo something that was said by the desk.
Hang on a second. Xiaohu goes wide on the Foss bomb. Knight. He's going to go for something more there.
I was wondering if we do for a flash also Q. They're still very, very low. We'll have to keep our wits about us here. Level up's coming up soon though for both of these, probably at the end of this wave. Knight is that should be at least safe to pick up this one. But you know, one thing which was said by the desk, which I really want to echo here, is that Weibo, if they want to claw their way back into the series, there has to be an individual level up starting right away from the laning phase. Having stuff like that level 1, which helps at least your bot lane, it is the start of something. It's not gone for free though.
Tarzan goes for an invade here. No, goes towards the mid lane instead. Knight still has that flash. He can just flap his way to safety. Knight dodging that damage. And importantly, this Smolder, known as a scaling pick. Remember, game number 1 of this series, if you missed it, Knight got 2 solo kills. 1 on Xiaohu, 1 on Light during the first few minutes of the game. This is not a pick that you can count out for Knight.
Yeah, really surprised also Tarzan didn't look maybe to find a bit more information about how Wei was doing on this clear. Walking in on a jungler doing red buff as Brand, you feel pretty okay about it most of the time, but Wei's allowed to full clear. He's going to get a skull for a little bit of vision likely, and then base unless Breeze looks like a very diveable target, and I think that's the idea here from BLG. Big stacked wave, level 4, enough mana for a Pathmaker at most.
No level 6, barely any mana. Can they find it? Waits for the W before Wei goes in. TP committed, but they commit for the kill anyway. First blood has been tanks the tower. Xiaohu is just as low. There's still a cannon underneath the tower. They're waiting for cooldowns. They're clearing this wave. Xiaohu has to catch the next wave.
He has to hold it.
Oh, he's going to hold the wave, but then you think about, okay, well, he's going to hold the wave, but what happens across the rest of the map? Fighting the 2v2.
Elk doesn't find the root and takes a good chunk on. He's just walking into them. Distraction gameplay from the Bard.
So looking back at the overall implications of this, yes, kill on that top side goes to Wei. Probably would have been worse if it went to Bin, but it's still some farm away from Breathe. Knight gets some time alone in mid lane as well. Then we said it's a harder lane matchup into that Corki, but he's done very well.
On might have overstepped on this one. I know you're Bard, but I mean, it's like being banned from above at this one because he really is Bard.
Okay. At times, that took you a second to get. At times, Elkanon have definitely overstepped their bounds in the 2v2, and we finally see a little bit of a misstep in that 2v2 in regards to actually giving something over, and that's a kill. It does end up going over to Chris, so it's not the worst thing in the world, but still a little bit too over-eager to make things happen on. And we'll see how he look to recover from that and maybe start to get out onto the map once we see these grubs spawn up, and of course Dragon Contest becomes a slightly more hotly thing.
Yeah, that's the next big thing. You have the first objectives of the game on both sides of the map. Is on Bard, so he can go where he wants. He's on tour. You know, he's been kicked out of the pub. He's going to go find himself another place to go set up his music, go collect those chimes and see what he can do with that. BLG, they do have level 6 on Smolder as well, which is a surprisingly good amount of damage early on. Crisp going in.
Up goes down as Knight gets the Guardian to keep himself healthy, and Crisp chunked pretty low here. Remember, all of these trades early on, so long as Knight doesn't go down, he's stacking those Smolder stacks. Wei moves into the mix, as does Tarzan. On, no summoners, or at least he's got the heal, but Magical Journey will keep him safe for now, but Xiaohu really punishing that positioning.
It's all build up for the grubs, because remember Tarzan on this brand, such a good grub taker as Helk. We're going to eat a very meaty trade.
Oh, nice cue from Light. Is this a chance for revenge? The arrows fly in, the piercing arrow flashed away from, tries to avenge himself from the previous series.
Yeah, grubs now here being taken. Wei, I mean, Q Smite, you can steal away at the very least one here.
Tarzan gets one. Wei lurking for the second. Pillar of Flame denied. Wei has the smite. Oh no, he doesn't have smite. It's on cooldown for him. Still gets 2. Chris walks away. Xiaohu on the scene as well. But the Magical Journey. Okay, Chris gets baited, but On's just going to get chased down. On twice now. He's got out of position on this Bard.
Crisp is having such a good game on the Alistair too. 2-0 on the cow. He will absolutely take that. For this early game, and he gets something on the board. What were we saying about this again? If Weibo want to fight their way back into this series, it has to come from a strong early start, from the lanes, from the early skirmishes. Crisp getting the rest of his team into a good position by hitting these slick combos and catching people out of position is exactly what Weibo want.
Much stronger start, all in all. Tarzan as well. On this brand, I think it's going to be able to have a fair amount of impact. If there's one thing that can make a team fight a bit awkward, Pyroclasm, Rylized, all the slow burns, definitely make BLG think twice about eagerly diving.
That might have been the first time in this series that Weibo had a gold lead for just a couple of minutes there. It's basically even. Spin looks to grab himself a plate and might just end that statement from me, as the gold lead might just tip over towards BLG. But it's even in the early game, and that honestly is a big improvement from the previous 2 games. Or at least from the previous game.
Yeah, look. And if you count the series before that, the previous 5 games, as Ben gets himself a shove in top again. 1,000 gold up on this Renekton. The big thing about Renekton is that if you can't keep the wave away from turrets Cassandra, what you can do with your W, Renekton can walk beyond you, get Demolition Tower, go out the back of the turret. He gets free place, demolish over and over and over every time he crashes it, and no one's coming to help this top lane. This hasn't been about ganking top lane as a series. It's been, you know, we've had 1 or 2 looks, and it's been much more about kind of these skirmishes in the jungle and bot lane.
And I want to mention how BLG historically have played towards Elkanon. That has been the strong point this series, in this game, and in the previous game. That's not been the case. Elk's been left out to dry, and Bin has been the carry. Roots come on through, Pathmaker used to try and tank up, but Wei, twisted advance keeps him safe. Bin doesn't even tank the tower.
Yeah, a little bit awkward though. It does mean that Wei has to flash, but still, I mean, they get what they came for, and Reeve dies.
Also love how it's like, oh, it's not really about being ganking top lane. There have just been 2 strikes in a row into top lane. Oops. Well, Benny's got himself an absolutely huge lead now. This is where the Renekton starts to reach a breaking point, where it's not just, oh, it feels good in lane. This is, oh, it will win team fights. He doesn't have a teleport right now, but he's not necessarily going to find himself the easiest access in towards these players on the other side of the map.
When Bin was asked before this series if this was going to be a matchup of Renekton specialists, he said no. This is going to be a one-sided stomp, and Wei is doing a good job to make sure that that is the case here in game number 3. Breathe has been put so far behind, and once again, Bin has that agency to take over a game.
So BLG managed to just hold off Weibo on this bot side again. They were potentially looking for something. BLG, I don't think they want to overextend here. Bin's doing fine on the top side. No sense in throwing a play bot side when Bin, in the next minute, can have his teleport back up, and he can really start to spread that advantage around. Weibo, they could get themselves the early dragon, but it means 10 minutes and it's first dragon. It's not like you're giving 2 over early. There is no reason for BLG to overplay their hands just yet. And one thing which I'll really praise BLG for is the fact that they have actually been quite reserved. They are a very aggressive team, but they're not necessarily a team that will overpush things.
Yeah. For now, it's
chunked low. Light's going to try and finish the job. Piercing arrow does it. The roots come out just in time to keep the BLG bot lane alive. But that's a nice little pickup for Weibo.
Yeah, and I mean, they can just turn this straight into Dragon. They want to dive further forward as well. On still not level 6, no Tempered Fate. So there's nothing particularly awkward to deal with on the dive, but resets. Not feeling like it's necessary to pick up the objective. Mum is going to deny Xiaohu his base for a few extra seconds, but also helping clearing this wave, and Knight will have a very, very good reset time up for himself.
I've got to say, it's a very different ultimate when it's said in a British accent, isn't it?
Oh, Mum.
Like, Mum. Mum.
I'm not
I don't know
quite
why
like,
we're suddenly from Birmingham.
Yeah,
but
like, I'm not quite like the Midlands from you lot.
True.
I'm the Southerner. Oh, you're a Yorkshire boy, Ed.
We've got all three. We've got North, we've got Midlands, we've got South.
Yeah. For people who have no connection to England, this means absolutely nothing to you.
But importantly, Tower taken at the top side. Crisp trying to contend for these grubs. 2 went to BLG in the previous skirmish. Tarzan wants to find 2 of his own at least here.
And Crisp, we've talked about him a lot in this early game right there, holds onto his ult again. Whenever Crisp has his ult, and of course his flash coming up soon, BLG do need to be very, very respectful. You don't have the Rel, Braum, very, very hard supports to kill, are they? Bard is not. Bard is much more squishy and you can catch him out. And of course Bard doesn't have the ult yet either. Has been roaming an awful lot, but not quite picking up enough XP from those chimes to get that off.
You can see that On knows that it's a squishy champion. Giant's Belt first item on the Bard. I guess he's still gonna maybe go for the Warmogs angle, unless it's a Rylai start, which I'd be a little surprised by.
Let's get hostile going, boys. Get creative.
Every so often we get one of those ARAM builds escaping containment. We get hostile everything. We have ourselves the grub start up again. 2-1 on the scoreboard for BLG right now. BLG trying to make it 4.
Good flash from On, and Crisp rooted on the front line. He's tanky on that Alistair. It's a good CC chain, but wait, chunked by Xiaohu in the meantime. This is Bin's playground though. A Renekton for an early fight at level 10. Be very happy with that.
On would just really love level 6 though. Like, go towards the mid lane wave, drop a grub.
Oh, root onto On. Light finds the arrow. On, down again. Crisp gets a knockback, but it's onto Light. Bin gets the perfect targets for the Croc. Curtain call. Can't finish the job though. Croc down. Weibo surviving. They can't quite go for the grubs though.
Yeah, too low for the grubs at the very least, but BLG maybe on the way back out can look for one or two more of them. Elk, good denial there. Again though, decent fight for Weibo. These fights don't look too bad.
And particularly in this early game, it really has been support diff. That's the biggest difference on the Rift right now. On not really landing the big plays, getting caught out quite a lot. Crisp on the other side being very patient with his ultimate, not being punished for it. He's actually pulling his ult at the very best time he can. Weibo are really using this Alistair incredibly effective.
And it's really significant because Crisp had quite a rough year for himself. He was actually sucked out at one point as he was struggling on the Rift. And On, a similar story where he didn't necessarily have the greatest split for himself compared to what we expect from a player of this caliber. Here in Game 3, On is struggling again.
And, you know, there's no 6 on the board. Not a tanky champion, goes down very, very easily. Crisp immediately gets Bin away from Xiaohu, who could have been stunned in front of the other BLG teammates. Crisp pops the ult. We got to fight in the pit now.
Crisp low. 4th shot wasn't there. It was the 3rd. Xiaohu goes in. Knight can't quite find the slope. Breathe behind enemy lines, perhaps has a chance. Pathmaker, no! Knight flashes into it and is pulled straight into the open arms of Weibo. What a fumble from the all-star mid laner. And now the chase is on. No! Bramble smash sets Crisp away. Wei gets that locket and keeps his team alive.
Yeah, the locket just keeps him topped up enough, but hey, Weibo sneak back into the river, go 3 for 3 on grubs. An awkward flash from Knight means that Pathmaker does connect in the end and he loses his life. Now with Herald up, Bin on the wrong side of the map with not a lot of backup in the immediate future. Breathe could also accidentally sniff him out. No.
He's got ult. They're going to go for another fight. Here we go.
They're going for it. Elk is here with the 4th shot as well. Tarzan rooted up, stunned up, and executed. Bin now trying to escape on the top side. In fact, looking for a re-engage. On has gone straight into the mix once more, and he's just going to go down once more. On has fallen apart in Game 3, and Weibo happy to capitalize.
Like, okay, someone's going to pick it up. I was a bit worried about how long that skirmish is going to go on for. But yeah, Weibo capitalizing. This is fantastic for them. They've been down and out all series long, but now finally finding a bit of reprieve in these fights. Knight's going to flap over the wall.
And I think one of the biggest things, look, we're looking at a lot of scrappy fights here, and you might think, well, this is, you know, what should we be doing in terms of the macro sense of it? Weibo have stopped BLG from farming side lanes, from stacking in side lanes, and also stopped them from winning these fights. Normally you'd think, top side fight, Renekton early, awesome. Renekton wins those. It hasn't been the case. Bin has not actually been able to get that huge advantage into team fight wins in the way we'd normally expect from such an incredible top laner. But while this is happening, Weibo, they stop a lot of the big fights happening on top side working in BLG's favor, but they also stop the cross map.
Hey, guys, yeah, I was about to say, it's nice that Wei's doing it. Dragon's first dragon, 16 minutes. Dragon's not been taken. I just wanted to... I put my hand up like I'm in school to get everyone's attention. You guys don't want to see it. Yeah, first dragon now is finally going to go down, so there's not even going to be a soul in the immediate future either. Knight's going to eat pretty heavy trade.
Now who looking for revenge for game number 1. Won't quite finish the job, but Crisp here comes the cavalry, and the Knight will be taken down. The burn finishes the job as Tarzan cashes in. BLG look to the bottom side. I don't think they'll find anything.
I love how Knight's like, well, jig's up, let's get as many stacks as I can. Throw the ult to them, I'm sure I don't need that for the next minute or so. This is really big though again for Weibo. Got themselves a nice amount of grubs earlier. They managed to get themselves that Herald ult over the wall. Light cleanses.
Cleanse from Light, but follow-up route after follow-up route and a curtain call. Set up for the first shot, but no, Chris arrives in the nick of time. Light still falls way out of the top side, but here comes Tarzan to punish the escape. The burn is there. He's looking for one more hit and finishes it. On now being chased. Will not be able to close the gap. In the meantime, Xiaohu's got a tier 2.
Great for Xiaohu, 700 gold, but I really have to, you know, praise Crisp's play there for even turning that into a 1-for-1, because BLG's creativity and finding that pick off of a Jin trap was crazy. Headbutts. Hello.
Can they finish this?
He's dead.
Oh, Tarzan barely walks away. 6 seconds on the deadly flourish, but the health bar is back. The sustain from the jungle is plenty.
How well is Chris playing? He has single-handedly wrangled this game into the advantage for Weibo. The rest of the team has followed suit. And the biggest thing about this, we'll keep talking about this in relation to that Herald, there's no side lane wins for BLG. Xiaohu teleports in.
Doesn't have flash available, and Xiaohu's here to punish for the magical journey. And the block on the rocket on finally makes a positive play.
Redeems himself for 16 minutes of that game with that block. Again, you know, Weibo, very creative play coming out from them, but here's the initial, I mean, it's all just coming off the Jin trap. Cleanse all over the wall from this Maokai as well, and then look at Crisp though, because once he enters this fight, headbutt to stop the curtain call. I think Q flash to prevent Wei from getting the damage in. Yes, of course, does eventually lose his life, the Varus, but it corrals Wei in to die to Tarzan in the back end.
I'm gonna be honest, I feel like On's ult kind of ruined the play for BLG.
Anti-synergy. Well, one of them can't hit them because they're in stasis at that point. Now we've got Weibo going towards the bot side, trying to buy a bit of a push on this bot tower.
Bin gets a stun. Nice little trade onto Breathe there. Won't be too much coming out from Weibo. I just want to quickly mention again, gold lead for Weibo. This is huge compared to the rest of the series, and this is a team with a 90% record of closing the game out when they're ahead. And that's a great little pick onto On again. He has fallen apart. He's earning his old nickname again.
Yeah, well, this is an off game, folks. It is not necessarily been his best showing in Game 3 after such a stunning first 2 games from BLG. We were talking about potentially things being the quickest best of 5 in history if it finished before 20 minutes and 30 seconds. Yeah, we're not getting that, folks. We might not even be getting 3-0.
I'm gonna say it.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're gonna say.
Guys, we might, just maybe, might have a series on our hands.
I can feel it.
If Weibo can continue with this momentum moving forward, and I mean, they've got a lot of the tools to do it. Xiaohu's scaling up here. The graphs come up right now. I think it's about to be 2 items.
It could be the beginning of the most Weibo thing you've ever seen in your lives. Let's not get too excited just yet. They're ahead in Game 3. It's a great start to the game. They've got to finish the job, though.
And that's the problem against a team like BLG. You make one big enough mistake and they can take the entire game away from you. Chris goes for another combo, stops the magical journey.
On actually still gets through the journey. He somehow survives. But Elk in the meantime, he tries to save his support and he'll regret that decision. Wei trying to escape the phase rush, smiting a Q and a flash as well. BLG get out with most of their lives, but that is an objective foregone. TP
looking towards the mid lane from 9.
Yeah, he's just trying to save the tower there at this point, get some wave clear, but you know, suddenly we've got BLG teleporting defensively, caught out whenever they look into the enemy jungle. It's a minute until the Dragon, and BLG, I don't think there's any way they can really contest that one, as they've used so many flashes in this fight just here. Weibo now have 2,000 gold lead on a Corki in mid lane, 1,000 gold on Brand into the markout. You expect that as carry versus utility, you can definitely have some issues there, but also this Varus is absolutely monstrous. I actually don't see how Renekton plays this game into Varus Brand. That combo is absolutely disgusting if you're a HP builder. Those two will just shred you.
And I just want to credit the resilience of Weibo here to have such a performance in game number 3 because, you know, for players like Chris, players like Xiaohu, players like Tarzan, they've been in finals before. This is not new to them. But for Breathe, for Light, less used to the high-pressure scenarios and looking to try and find their first title today. It'd be a hell of a journey if they could get it, but credit to them where credit is due. This game has been fantastic from them. It's a 4,000 gold lead with Baron up on the map and a Brand on their squad.
I think for the immediate future, though, for BLG, inaction is very, very strong action. Allow Smolder to stack up, let Elk hit 2 items, wait until you can actually press tab, and at the very least, you know, when you're in game, you can't see the total gold. The only thing you can really go by is what items are in the inventories, right? And I think if BLG can press tab and see that they're equal items, they can start to feel confident again in actually looking proactively for plays. And right now, I think that's what they have to look towards. Let Weibo try and make these proactive plays and then just react off them and see what you can actually take or deny in those sequences.
If they lose this mid lane out of turret, it makes things quite hard though. That's going to be an ult trying to catch out Light, teleport coming through.
Oh, takes a tower shot as well. Elk goes in for the 4th shot. Nearly answers with his own live curtain. Call comes in, but Bin is rooted. Gets onto the backline and sets up for shot number 4. He slices out, but he cannot dice further. On flashes the damage as Knight arrives on the scene. He's got that passive. Flash comes out. Here's Breed on a flank. That tower is not long for the world, and BLG know it. They back away, they avoid the flank, but they lose their tier 1.
I love this play from both sides. Weibo just want that tier 1 down, but BLG looking for the pick off that teleport on the Ginger of all things. It's so close to working and actually being a little bit more positive for them. They lose the tower, it's a 1-for-1. They can still walk away happy from this, knowing that it's not a game-losing play.
But I just love that we were just all right. Yeah, you know, sometimes inactivity can be really positive for these teams. No, we're teleporting mid lane and fighting again.
But this is that for BLG though. When you think that play is that mantra in action, right?
Yeah.
They're looking to react to what Weibo are doing and just look very savage.
Speaking of, Xiaohu found kill for Knight. Great setup from Wei. And suddenly this Smolder might just be online.
That's really important because the key thing of what we've been talking about in the last few minutes is, okay, you're not exactly ahead in gold. Can you get some value out of the stacks and out of stuff? And Knight, he has that Triforce Mirror amount of spike, similar to Corki on the other side. Yes, it's down a significant amount of gold, but it's now bought a free wave in the side lane. We'll get a tower in the side lane. And as we were saying, despite the lead for Weibo, BLG are very, very punishing. You make mistakes like this, BLG take more than you think.
And you know, we said Weibo are good at closing out games. BLG are better. You know, you cannot afford to lose your lead against this team. Weibo, these next couple of minutes are going to be crucial. They need to regain control.
Let's see how this pick happens. It's off the back of the Dragon. Xiaohu just looks for the wave, and just that fizzle of vision as he takes the control ward gives Wei the inkling to just keep on pathing down here. And once Weibo catches that wave up high, oh, hold on. Knight's dead, the burn.
Okay, Comet finishes the job. Tarzan grabs a kill while we're in the replay. We're in a replay of Knight getting a kill, and it blocks the fact that Knight gets a death.
Hang on a second. Well, I mean, looking at what Weibo have right now, there's a chance they could go towards the Baron after this too. They need to clear out this mid wave, but BLG need to be very, very careful now. There's a good amount of burn damage, and that's it. Baron started. BLG, they don't even have the bottle at this point. What can they do to fight this?
It's so much of their damage. Chris, he's found on.
On's caught, stunned up. Magical Journey gets him to safety. Baron still going, but there's vision for BLG. Knight's up in 15 seconds with TP. And Weibo decide that's enough of a threat.
The teleport being available tonight, as Jamada was just saying, look, Knight is the most damaging person on BLG at this point. The Jhin is behind, playing into an Alistar and into a Cassandra. Very, very hard for the Jhin to carry your fights in the way that we've seen him before. It has to be about Smolder now.
Yeah, it really does. And this feels, in some ways, a little bit bad. We'll talk about the replay actually first, because, again, we want to know how he died from a long distance. They're looking for for Light rather, but Flash, Cleanse, not expecting all of these balls to come out, and then Knight gets clipped by that 3 Blight stacked arrow. Tarzan burn to finish it off. He did. He really did. Just about perfectly. And, you know, now again, if we kind of take a step back, zoom out, look at this game for BLG, again, Knight is I'm not going to say all of their damage, but when you really think about it, Elk is playing for setup, Bin is looking for backline, and he's always going to have damage on the squishies. It's Knight that's bearing this burden for BLG.
Gets a stun down. Tarzan looks for the crab. Should be able to grab that. That's crisp, actually. Goes further in. Not sure if he'd gone too far there, but not really much damage on the side of BLG. Like you guys say, Elk and Knight been really the only damage sources. Which means armor is super effective. There's a Thornmail in that top side already.
Yeah, but speaking of items, really important. Knight just picked up RFC. Yeah. Rapid fire cannon, procs off Qs, get that extra range for the poke. Very, very important to the gameplay loop of how Smolder wants to operate inside of these teams.
And of course, you know, it's 25 minutes. He has the stacks which he needs for the burn. We talked about that one. So BLG, what can they do to make sure that Weibo don't actually crowd out the vision the way that they've been doing the rest of this series? You can see what's happening right now is Elk is using that static shift and just clearing this mid wave on repeat, trying to put down traps as the saplings come down as well. There are also bits of half wards as well, the saplings and the Jin traps. They buy a little bit of information for BLG as they try and stop Weibo from just rushing that Baron. BLG are playing defensive. That is a huge shift earlier in the series. Huge credit to Weibo, particularly Chris, as we said, for most of this game, for being that go button and forcing BLG back onto their side of the map.
Yeah, and if you're Weibo as well, you just have to be so apprehensive about starting the Baron pretty much at any given time if all 5 members of Weibo are up. Maokai ult, Bard ult, Jin ult. There's so much non-committal poke damage and forms of CC and engage from way further than you can ever dream to answer. So realistically, you have to kind of run into them, not let them actually abuse that range advantage through their tools. So starting off a Baron, I think, is going to be nearly impossible unless BLG makes some kind of wild pick on a side lane and it's about, you know, trying to rush the purple worm down itself.
Back to the wave clearing game. Game's slowed down just a little bit. Weibo trying to again just make sure they win that vision control back. Go back towards this Baron and make sure that BLG are still playing defensive. BLG, if they slip up and they allow Crisp into a really good position, there's a very good chance they can find a good pick, especially with Tarzan having so much damage on this brand. No one's really matching that. Well, BLG can't do the same thing. The Maokai can't offer that sort of damage. BLG are just trying to slow things down, get themselves enough items so maybe Knight can be that real oppressive late game threat. But even then, if this goes hyper late game and it's Smolder versus the Brand and the Corki and the Varus, it is still not going to be necessarily an even fight.
I've seen Smolder do very wild things.
I've seen Brand do wild things!
Yeah, you know, it's very true.
We'll have to see. I mean, honestly, it's just ironic to me that it feels like Weibo need a Knight in Shining Armor to slay the dragon. Knight is the dragon. It's the wrong way round, guys. Where's St. George when you need him? Weibo want to know.
We can ask Light if he has a Death Note. I hear he's got one of them walking around. It's a different reference,
yeah,
you see.
I'm not the anime guy.
Joe didn't get that. Oh, wow.
Wow. Suddenly, the tone.
Okay.
Wow.
All right.
I don't know what to tell you.
We've discovered
I don't watch kids' cartoons.
Oh, God.
Not doing that debate here.
Most controversial thing I've ever said on a cast. Preparing for the DMs at any moment. Here we go, BLG. It does feel like they've wrestled control of this top side here. Complete darkness around the Baron. As Elk gets Prio in the mid lane. That tier 1 still in their way. BLG using the pressure in the side lane from the Croc, using that vision control around Baron.
Yeah, and particularly you can see 2 things are happening which are really helping BLG. We talked about the static shiv Jin being really good wave clear and the traps giving you kind of pseudo vision. That's helping in mid lane, but of course Bin on the Renekton is still winning in the extended side lane against the Cassante. It gives you some amount of ability to push out the map. And Weibo haven't been able to force on top side. That's the big thing. They haven't been able to find those advantages in terms of this vision control in top side and actually making a play off of it.
Yeah, and look at Knight's poke damage here. It's very incremental, but again, you know, Xiaohu just took the blowback of 2 Qs and lost 25% of his HP just for fun.
Yep.
You can imagine what that's going to look like if it's directly the Q ultimate on top of it. Wait, he's got...
Okay, the root and the Q to try and get phase rush. The movement speed is there, but so is the burn! He's gone! Trees don't like fire. I think we all knew that one. And Knight now trying to get some poke over the wall as On moves it. Weibo start the Baron, and BLG must answer. The curtain call flies through. Xiaohu sent away.
The route lands as Bin looks for a follow-up. This is 4v5. Crisp is in the backline as Bin goes in. Crisp has bought space. He's bought time for the croc to be eradicated. He may answer with his own life, but perhaps answers with the play of the game. He saves Weibo as Knight barely lives, and Xiaohu finds his man.
Weibo clutch out the fight, but they're not going to be able to take the Baron. BLG almost had themselves one of those real BLG classic moments where they can get themselves the uneven play.
What are we doing, my guy? I don't think you'll find any kills here, and you're very alone on looking for a magical journey. But I don't know if he's going to find it. Gets into the jungle. Xiaohu now chunked as Knight arrives. And Wei looks for the... I mean, Wei is almost up again.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to take the bait of it, though. And finally, these teams are going to step away from one another and take a reset.
However, think about the conversation before that last Baron. Weibo, they can't quite force the play. They can't quite use this vision control. They do force a play, but they don't get the Baron. It does mean that BLG survive another couple of minutes. They don't have that Baron buff against them. They do get some ability to now to move out to the side lanes once again. Starts with Wei taking the scuttle, dying for the scuttle. Many people have done that before. Flashes forwards early, flashes in a straight line, gets hit by the Q.
Flash Q, but also it's the Flash Q into the E afterwards, so it's kind of difficult to dodge regardless. The Baron is started up, but again, the range of the poke and the engage from BLG's composition is just so threatening and so frustrating, and then it's about the access that Bin gets on the side here. And just the amount of space him and then Crisp also by from preventing BLG from moving forward.
This was almost... Look, if this happens with... If this happens... So oh, go back to the Baron, it's gone down.
The Baron is gone. Mum called, but is it enough? Crisp keeping everyone away. Has been dives into the back line and Light is left. He's still alive though, executed by Elk. And here comes the Dragon. Knight looking to finish, but he's burnt asunder. Tarzan surviving as Elk has to carry. Can the Jin do the damage? The deadly flourish! There's 4! Jin's favorite number, but he wants a 5th! The Penta for Elk!
That came out of nowhere! Oh my god, BLG! They might have dropped the Baron, but I mean, they kill everyone on Weibo and Elk finds a pentakill.
Who told me Jin can't carry? Who was it?
I think that might have been me. The second struggle with the Cassante, struggle with the tanks. Elk does not give a damn. We are left thunderstruck. He uses the static shift to just run rampant across that team fight, get that AoE damage, the dancing grenades, the extra long-range follow-up, and Elk takes the game by the scruff of its neck. This is always the worry about playing against BLG. If you give them a big enough mistake, they will always punish.
And now as everyone returns back to the map, I mean, with the Baron gone, it's kind of a map reset. We'll take a look at this fight, though, because we were in the replay. Baron burned down by Weibo, Bin again in the backline, but look how much damage Knight's ultimate gets across the rest of the team as Elk from downtown with the Jin ultimate, just layering so much damage in. I think he snipes Light with a deadly flourish, and then it's all about this backline and the fact that Knight continues to get all this damage out, and it's Elk that gets all of the finishing touches.
You know, I thought that this fight was going to be over when the overdive came in from Bin again into the left backline. It's like 1v4, but he does actually do enough. He goes down, but the follow-up is actually there. The movement speed from Jin is absolutely absurd. The amount of value he just gets out of crit after movement speed, gets the rapid fire cannon for the last bit as well. Elk plays this so goddamn well.
It's absolutely beautiful. And you know, everyone was protecting Light from the curtain call. Once the curtain call was gone, they kind of abandoned him, and suddenly the deadly flourish flies through. 6k damage as another fight is on our screen. Crisp tanking on the front line. Here come the flames as Wade dives into the backside, but he's gone way too deep. There's no answer from BLG for now. The curtain call not doing enough. Knight has to carry as Bin is pulled under the tower and can't find an answer. Double for Xiaohu.
Weibo are finding a way. The front line of BLG is not working well in this game. They're getting separated. They're getting overdives into this backline, and Weibo are not actually under threat from the Smolder and the Jin in all of these fights. They're somehow, given how long-range champions they are with rapid fire cannons, still out of range.
Oh no, Crisp caught Elk once again. These traps are just too much for Weibo.
Goodness me, Weibo. I mean, I was gonna say, this game is starting to get very, very hectic, very chaotic, and maybe someone wants to take a breath, but honestly, Weibo are thriving inside of this chaos right now.
It's getting a little reminiscent from Game 3 of the previous series between these two teams.
The previous games of this series, we're talking about BLG being improvisers. They take a single advantage and they say, that is it. That one person will carry. Weibo are very good at doing the same thing. We'll get the full rip this thing is. It's, this time, a Maokai sapling. So it's not even just the traps. We're saying, like, you have half wards. You have the Jin traps and you have the Maokai. The damage is done by the Maokai. The damage over time helps with that too. Opens up the roots come through from the Jin. Easy kill.
Exactly. The dot kind of extends how long Jin has the availability to root him. So the fact that it's a root and just not the flat damage is also kind of just nailed in the coffin there. It's another fantastic pick.
We got to return to the conversation of items again though, because we have got a Bloodthirst and Alpha Knight. We're on 4.5 items for Elk. On has just face checked into 3 of Weibo. I got to be honest, On.
Hi.
Not the greatest game in his career.
On's defensive turn again. No objectives around.
Yeah.
We can all stand in a circle and sing together in peace. It's okay.
You try telling my solo queue teammates that no objectives around matters when I do that.
Yeah. The best I can think of is one more death and he goes 0-7 and we can at least salute him in chat.
Yeah, I guess. But look, this is realistically going to buy Weibo a bit of space here on this push to look for a tier 2, a bit of poke on the bottom side, maybe in the mid lane as well. You can see Xiaohu very happy to step up for the time being. BLG's engage, you know, with On gone, it kind of just relies on Wei and then follow up from Elk. It's kind of the tempered fate is what really puts emphasis on having to get out very quickly.
I think we really need to start having a chat about how these last items are going to start changing things too. We've got a minute until the Baron, 2 minutes until the Dragon. Let's talk about how these items will affect the confrontations around that. Bloodthirster on Knight, really, really important for him to shrug off some of the poke. On the other side, Nutshaq doesn't have that sustain. He's gone towards a bit more armor pen. He has the rapid fire cannon himself. You look between the AD carries, you have an Infedge on one side, Falc, huge amounts of damage. On one side though for Light, he has the Terminus and the GA. Very, very hard to kill. He has a lot of resist, and you kill him once, he's still going to get up and walk back at you at that point. BLG might find it quite hard to get through that Varus at this point.
And it's worth mentioning that Light, if he is untouched for a fight, he's going to do so much damage. He'll shred through Bin, he'll shred through Wei, he'll shred through anyone that comes near him. It's just whether he can get that range to find those hits. Obviously, Varus, a little short range. I don't think he will break his Baron's will not last long. Wei's caught here. Root going to come on through. Headbutt. No!
Oh.
He headbutted a chicken. He hit the chicken, I think.
Yeah, I think he did. I think he did misclick the chicken. Small misclick there from Chris.
I mean, 20 seconds.
But it's not so small when you think about when the Baron's about to spawn up. Wait, I mean, he's got Warmog, so he's not going to have to reset. Think about it, but here we go. Baron's up. Weibo are in front of it, but I think for the time being, I'm going to start this up as soon as possible.
Wei had no flash. That could have changed. That could have changed so much in this game. Let's see, back in the slow-mo replay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for showing us that one again. Wei, no flash, no teammates ready to help him. Headbutt comes, ult comes through.
It's the Q, it's the Q. No, it's the Q.
And
no, he interrupts it with the
okay. All right. We take that back. We take that back.
Yep.
Cancelled out. Wei saves himself.
Still heartbreaking, but also really impressive from Wei. That was perfect timing on the tree. And I can't believe, like, we came into this game talking about all-time records. We could have the length of the other 2 games within just this 3rd game at this rate.
That we could. So, objectives coming up, Dragon coming up now. One important thing which hasn't really been achieved from BLG like they did before is that side lane pressure. Bin is being pushed in, actually by Breathe right now. Doesn't want to be left on the dark side of this bot lane. A little too long. BLG, they're going to start pushing through this mid lane. Again, potentially, they can maybe even look towards burning that Baron themselves. Smolder does have a good amount of DPS. Here comes the teleport.
It's a deep TP, but Crisp is caught on the front line in the meantime. Goes to the Unbreakable Well, but it's not enough. That's going to be 2. Tarzan burned down as well. BLG from nowhere find it again. Breathe is on the back line, but what can one man do against such reckless dominance? BLG are here to make their mark on the LPL, and there's nothing Breathe can do about it.
They've got half a wave in the mid lane here and another wave rolling in. Gentlemen, I think this is the series. BLG are marching into the base.
We had eras in the past in the LPL. We've had times of dominance from different teams. As another kill comes through, EDG and RNG are gone. The era of JDG is over. Now begins the age of Billy Gaming.
Very, very rarely, especially in the LPL, do you see a team like BLG do this almost uncontested in these finals. Yeah, regular seasons, they have 1 or 2 moments where maybe teams could take it to them. In the finals, in the playoffs, BLG have stood alone.
Dominance like this hasn't been achieved by another team in the LPL. Uncontested. 3-0. And like we've said, eras have come and gone, but it always feels like there's a battle at the top. This one, it feels as though BLG are sat on the throne entirely alone.
It felt inevitable this year that BLG would raise the Silver Dragon Cup. They do it again, twice in a row, and they don't look like they're stopping anytime soon.
Records are matched, records are broken. BLG are our summer champions. Knight is our 4-time back-to-back LPL champion.
And his 5th title, of course. Now matching both Xiaohu and Clear Love.
That's right. Knight officially in the conversation for the greatest of all time here in the LPL. His 5th trophy, his 4th in a row. Absolute dominance. I think only Clearlove can challenge in terms of consecutive wins. There is no argument. Knight is in the top 3 for the very greatest of all time in the region.
Looking back at the last 2 years of this team, this special team, you go back 2 years, before 2023, no one would have expected this team to have that level of dominance, and yet here they are.
这波 WBG 是少人的呀！第一时间爆炸火花没有射掉他，虽然能够射掉他，但是小虎自己跳完飞机在脸上，一堆人一个很帅的ER被闪现拉掉了。他甚至阿斌想1打2，闪现躲房子，阿斌捡起了房子，再来，反手 W 开住，再来一个 Q， 混到闪现跟最后一下拍死了。没问题，但是伊泽瑞尔看到对面的兵线比较多，而且进这个时候是多一把长剑的，还要打吗？
屏障在勾引，又中了，闪现过来一枪一个 Q。 哇！下路直接完成线杀，向前，我马上就要成为他的替罪羊了。要被秒杀了，还是拿到一个头，但你全部打到火的效果非常不错。来，过来推理，然后后排这样看到上效果更加不错。两个大招相得益彰，非常好。选手看一下大招的要被开起来，真有机会，看一下小威能不能抢了，要拼场了。小威 Q 闪抢到了，龙是 BLG 的超前爆闪开出来，阿斌一次性被终极给吞乱了。 3个，他吼了一个弹幕时间，恭喜 BLG！ 小威是有闪的，小威这个位置有视野，小威下去被奎纳给带走了。不过牛也顶走了对面的打野，龙现在一牵血，他在交闪过来，谁的龙抢到了？
让我们再一次恭喜 BLG 星际魅族获得2024英雄联盟职业联赛夏季赛的总决赛冠军！现场以及直播间的各位观众朋友们，让我们再一次听到你们的欢呼，好吗？曾经的梦想都照进了现实，也再一次恭喜你们。那此时此刻，历尽多轮的鏖战 ，BLG 星际魅族俱乐部也向大家证明了自己的强大实力，如同昂扬的征服者般，踏破重重阻碍，终于赢得赛区的至高荣耀。在此，我们也借征服者之名，致敬这一群顽强拼搏的强者，代表着冠军荣誉的 T 恤，来证明 BLG 星际魅族俱乐部在2024 LPL 夏季赛的英雄表现。每一位队员都用实力证明，以我为名，所向披靡。接下来，让我们在冠军 T 恤上签上选手的名字，祝愿他们带着冠军之力继续前行。也有请每一位队员去往我们的冠军 T 恤。在今年的春天 ，BLG 星际魅族夺得了队史的第1座冠军，而在这一个夏天，你们再一次登上了巅峰，而这一刻点亮了无数人的烈。
寻梦而行，向阳而生，心之所向，行之所至。其实，在这一刻，你们每一个人心中的梦，也都照亮了在座的每一位召唤师。相信登上巅峰的你们，不仅让世界看到，也让你们看到了更广阔的世界。此刻，我们来采访一下所有的冠军选手们。首先是我身边的冰，这是你第一次以1号种子代表 LPL 出征全球总决赛。你曾经说过，你的目标不止于此。所以在这一刻，冰哥有什么想说的吗？
感觉打这个比赛没什么压力吧。我希望我们要去世界赛拿到冠军，才是真正的冠军吧。
是的，你的自信一直都让大家非常的喜欢你。此刻有什么想要对一直支持你的粉丝们说的呢？
感谢大家对我们的支持。我们夏季赛虽然有高光也有低谷，但是我们一路坚持了下来，拿到最后的冠军。所以这一切都是粉丝们的支持给我们带来的动力。我们也会继续加油，打好之后的比赛。
再一次感谢所有人的支持，谢谢你们的掌声。接下来问一下小薇。其实今年的转会，你的加入让 BLG 拥有了不一样的风格。对于这一些年一直坚持梦想的自己，你会有什么想说的吗？
其实这2年落差还是比较大的吧，然后自己的那个状态也不是很好嘛，也曾经就是怀疑过自己吧，然后就是这次夏季赛夺冠的话，也是让我重新捡起我的自信吧。也很感谢就是我现在的队友，然后和教练组的帮助吧。
我希望现场所有人都给小薇送上掌声好吗？感谢永远不服输的自己，终会迎来属于你的胜利的乐章。也期待你在全球总决赛上有好的发挥。那接下来我们来问一下下一位 Knight， 8次决赛，5次冠军。而今天你也拿到了属于自己的4连冠，前无古人，所以拿到这一份荣誉，此刻对于你来说有怎样的意义呢？
就拿下4连冠，我还是很开心的吧。也非常感谢队友和教练。就我其实打职业，就不管在哪个队，我的目标都是冠军。
目标永远是冠军，每一位职业选手也同样是如此。也希望你不忘初心，继续加油。那接下来来问一问 Elk。其实，在今年的春天，你们刚刚开始书写属于自己的传奇，而在这一个夏天，你续写了属于你的故事。刚刚你同样在最重要的这一局当中拿下了5杀，所以想问问夺冠之后有怎样的感受呢？
我觉得最主要的还是我们夏季赛还是画上了一个完美的句号吧。当时。我们整个夏季赛跌宕起伏吧，经历了也非常多。在赛中的时候，其实我们整个队伍的状态也没有特别好，然后但是我们还是一路在季后赛的时候表现得很好。就是希望我们现在已经完成了对粉丝留下一个南京美好的句号了。下一个就是希望我们能够伦敦见。
希望可以伦敦见，希望也可以继续加油。而此刻，其实 Elk。你站在这一个聚光灯下，站在这一个舞台上，今天家人也来到了现场。此时此刻，要不要对你的家人们说一些话呢？我相信此刻的他们一定是非常自豪的。
我觉得家里人来看自己的比赛，给自己非常大的动力吧，因为这也是对于自己打职业的一种认可吧。然后也能够邀请家人能够来到最高舞台，然后看到我站在。有这么多观众的地方打比赛，他们也非常骄傲，然后我也会打得更好。
谢谢家人们的支持。其实今天的现场有很多选手的家人都来到了现场，我也希望现场每一位观众把掌声送给他们的家人，好吗？谢谢你们所有人的支持。那接下来我们来问一下其实作为 LPL 的新生代的辅助，又一次让世界看到了你。而这一次，你们即将要出征全球总决赛，你此刻会有怎样的感受呢？
我希望我们在世界赛上的发挥比我们
在夏季赛的发挥更好。然后我觉得我们在夏季赛过得非常开心嘛，就虽然也有低谷，但是我们这样调整过来拿到冠军，我现在非常开心。
也希望在全球总决赛上会有更好的发挥。我相信所有的人都会期待你们的表现。接下来问一下勋，现场的观众，感谢你们热烈的掌声。其实这一路，勋也一直为团队默默的付出，所有的训练赛也好，还有背后所有的这一些付出，其实勋都在默默的努力着。所以我希望大家也再一次把掌声送给勋，可以吗？这一次作为1号种子进入到全球总决赛，勋有什么想要说的？
就非常感谢队友吧，因为这次比赛队友们打得特别棒，就还有教练组的 BP 也做得特别好，也带我拿下这个冠军，就很开心。
你也很棒，每一位 BLG 的选手都非常的棒。那接下来问问绿毛。其实绿毛的加入 BLG， 我相信每一位老粉丝和观众都会觉得你对于 BLG 也是功不可没的。他们的成长有你的一份，这一个冠军当然也有你的一份。所以此时此刻有什么想对兄弟们说的？
其实看到场上的队员们他们越打越好，我就特别的开心，然后就感觉当初夺冠那种感觉又回来了。然后我也希望他们在未来的比赛上就打得越来越好，打得很棒今天。
好的，谢谢绿毛。接下来我问问教练。毕国威，这一刻作为教练，今天拿下这一个冠军，而且春夏的双冠，对于教练组也是有很大的肯定的。所以教练此刻有什么想说的吗？
我想说的是，就是我有7个这么厉害的选手，真的是太幸福啦！
我相信每一位BLG的粉丝也同样觉得非常的幸福，是吗？好的，再一次感谢我们所有的选手以及教练组，同样也要谢谢侯爷。那同样的，接下来让我们有请腾讯游戏副总裁、腾讯互动娱乐英雄联盟中国总负责人黄林东先生为 BLG 星际魅族战队颁发冠军奖金牌，有请。让我们再一次恭喜 BLG 星际魅族，掌声送给他们好吗？有请我们所有的选手们和嘉宾一同合影留念。好的，再一次感谢，可以稍事休息。接下来我们即将揭晓今晚的 MVP， 大家觉得会是谁呢？就让我们一同观看 VCR。
BLG 的恐怖的团战画面，
机会看一下小威能不能抢了，要拼场了。小威 Q 闪抢到了，龙是 BLG 的超前爆闪开出来，在指挥上面拿到大龙加土龙魂。定住飞机且战且退，吉永吸了2个，这波 WBG 是少人的呀。第一时间爆炸火花没有收掉他，虽然能够收掉他，但是小虎自己调完飞机在脸上，一堆人一个很帅的ER被闪现拉掉了。Elk 的一个位置选择拉开了， 伤害也有点高。W 挂到了，来了1飞3，先出盲僧，再点，微微的也被点死。再过去，这波操作还想再往前一个极限超载，我一下就被 A 死了。
牛头想先去打一个2连，但也被中途被 Q 断了。Real 翻3个，你看吼的一个弹幕时间，吼的效果非常的爆炸，由 Knight 看一下 double kill。
让我们恭喜 Knight 获得2024 LPL 夏季赛总决赛最具价值选手。同样的，让我们有请腾讯体育首席运营官、全能游戏中国电竞负责人苏志立先生为 Knight 颁发 FMVP 奖牌，有请。 有请苏志立先生为 Knight 颁发属于他的 FMVP 奖牌。同样的，也一同看向我们的摄影老师，让我们记录下这一个意义非凡的时刻。好的，谢谢，感谢，可以稍事休息。同样的，这一刻想问一问 Knight 选手，今年的夏天拿到属于你的 FMVP， 此刻有怎样的感受呢？
就还是很开心吧，就感觉每年都有一种熟悉的感觉吧，就感觉总能拿到。
每年都有熟悉的感觉，但是这一次你们即将以1号种子出征全球总决赛，在此刻，我相信全球的召唤师都会收听到你的这一段采访，有什么想要在全球总决赛之前说的话吗？
其实去年我成绩也很好嘛，但可能世界赛可能有点可惜，但今年我想在伦敦就不留遗憾吧，就争取一个冠军。
希望能够在伦敦看到属于你们的这一刻，也希望你们可以继续加油，也再一次感谢 Knight 选手，谢谢。让我们再一次恭喜 BLG 星际魅族获得2024英雄联盟职业联赛夏季赛总决赛冠军。现场以及直播间的各位观众朋友们，这一刻是属于他们的，让我们有请所有的选手去享受属于你们的夺冠时刻吧。
Congratulations to BLG for snagging the Silver Dragon Cup. What a convincing series, or sorry, rather 3-0.
Or rather playoffs, or rather
so
year.
I know.
The back-to-back for
Absolutely.
BLG. And it's like, you know what? I want to navigate that question to you, Lyric, because Munch mentioned potentially the beginning of a new era. We mentioned like at the very beginning of our pre-show.
Yes.
All of the eras of the LPL. And could this be an RNG, IG, EDG story to start in?
You know, I still gotta wait and see what happens at the World Championship. We don't get a repeat of something last year, but at the very least, like such an impressive run. Yeah. Like you said, the amount of games that they've been able to win. Knight now getting his tying Xiaohun Clearlove, being at 5 MVPs and
absolutely
back-to-back championships are just crazy.
So what does this victory mean to the LPL then, other than maybe a new era?
I feel like it is so important for particularly the players. I feel like when we looked at Knight versus Xiaohu, it's like the guy who paved the way, the guy who's got so many multi-international titles on multiple lanes, versus the guy who has stopped any other mid laner from winning domestically for 4 splits straight, 2 whole years. And I feel like it's not even Knight. Think about the roller coaster that BLG went through from the beginning of the split up to now. They were ringing their red bells. We need something to change in the team. They didn't look stable enough. People were like, maybe it was WC, maybe they were burnt out, maybe they hadn't found their drift. And they brought in Wei, and oh my god, what a change that brings.
Yeah, and I'm just so happy for Wei specifically because a lot of people were questioning him and his performance on RNG.
Oh, absolutely.
And it's like, man, this guy is still performing insane, but the RNG roster as a whole was not able to keep it together. So the fact that Wei gets to come in, win another championship for himself, it's just great.
I'm wondering though, why do you think that Wei worked so well with this team? Because I feel like they just kicked the ground running.
Yeah, I feel like one big thing is, getting to reunite with his old top laner from RNG is huge. So having that inbuilt synergy definitely showed again, and them being able to play more around top. I feel like once Elk and On got more settled as the split went on, we saw good synergy there. And yeah, he's just a very good utility player when you have so many superstars around you to support.
And with so many superstars, oh sorry, Georgia, go ahead, make your point.
That's fine. It's
No,
like
no, no, no.
I feel like BLG had so many carries in all different lanes. I think Shun was a
Absolutely.
part of this carry lineup,
Yes.
right? But I feel like in this particular meta, you need pretty much a stable voice in the team. That's why I mentioned Jankos earlier on from the LEC, because for the LEC, Jankos is kind of like what Wei is for BLG right now. He's a stabilizer. He's the guy that you can rely on to make the calls, to make the plays, to fall back onto things like Sejuani and Maokai and lead the game through that, which is why I was so surprised that BLG this entire series were picking carries for him, and they were very confident in his part to actually carry the game as well. So Shun must have been sitting in the back like scratching his head. He's like, aren't I a carry jungler for this team?
And with so many strong players, especially the laners, how do you guys feel about the MVP pick for the series? Does Knight check out for you guys?
I mean, like, you look at the game 1 solo kills, you look at the game 2 takeover, his Smolder brings him back in game 3, 100% deserved. I remember when we started going through the clips of each player, I'm like, Ben was great all season, but is Ben really going to be? But no, Knight definitely, like, amazing performances. I think one of the best finals performances from an individual player we've seen.
Yeah, I think that checks out too. Any specific moments that surprised you guys tonight?
On's Bard. On's Bard, you know?
Okay,
You know
she didn't say if it was positive or negative, right?
No. However you like.
On's the biggest winner, because you got to have a lot of fun in that last game and still lift the trophy.
You see his grin at the end? He was like, I know they know what I did, but I'm still lifting the trophy nevertheless.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of what really surprised me. I think I'm sort of disappointed in Weibo. I thought they were going to bring a lot more fight in them, and seeing them stuck in the ways of let's try to create chaos and see how quick BLG is at responding. But BLG were like, they were born in chaos. They didn't just mold into it. So they were very ready to respond.
Yes.
They have really great macro, and every single time Weibo Gaming tried to make a play on the map, BLG were just taking structures and ending the game. They were literally going towards the objective, which is the Nexus, while Weibo were chasing fights and chaos.
Very
and
true.
I really hope, the one thing that I really hope moving towards regionals is that Weibo just don't break through this one, because they went 0-3.
Yes.
And 0-3. They're collectively 0-6 versus BLG, and sometimes it just feels hopeless, right? Like you don't know how to win.
Too, yeah.
It's difficult, especially such a high stake. You know, it is finals, so it must be a little bit of a heartbreak. But still, they are professionals in the end. They have to carry through. They are going to be facing Jen. Let's see how that's gonna go, right?
Yeah, again, that's really the other big takeaway from this, right? Top esports fans cheering.
Absolutely.
Top esports now at the World Championship. Weibo again, such a fast turnaround time to have to play in the regional finals.
Yes. Well, at least they might get to, you know, prove to the people that were not maybe convinced, right, that they really deserve their spot if they do.
I just feel like I've heard a lot of players, and Reckless is the one that springs to mind when he was saying how, you know, when you start losing so much, you kind of forget how to win.
Oh,
but the
yeah.
only story from Weibo is that they've only forgotten how to win versus BLG, which is no fault to Weibo Gaming. Not a lot of teams in the LPL can win versus BLG.
It's the strongest
and
team.
they took top esports, exactly. They took top esports to 5 games. They took LNG to 5 games. Their playoffs run was 10 games through that lower bracket to try and make it back into the final. So if anything, they should be proud of that trajectory.
Yeah, you know, I'll say barring any fatigue from having to play this and then going to regionals, like, hell, I have Weibo being one of the teams who should be representing the LPL Worlds.
So I look at this these 3 games, and I see Weibo in the very last game, and I kind of liked what, of course, they unfortunately didn't make it through, but I liked the showing that they had. Kind of wish they brought that into game 1 and 2. What do you guys make out of that?
You know, it was nice to see them have kind of a like last burst of life in them. It was the game where they were the most proactive, most aggressive. We saw the best laning.
Burst of light, you could say.
Yeah, exactly. Varus able to come through, but hopefully Weibo can just go back, have their takeaways from this. Things like, you know, the games where we were pointing out, like the Nidalee Renekton and topside. A lot of the laning faults looked like nerves, especially in that first game. Xiaohu getting solo killed, their bot lane getting 2v2'd. So yeah, I think it's just going to be all about the mental reset for regionals.
And looking again at Xiaohu versus Knight, what do we take away after these 3 games?
Oh, well,
yeah, there we go.
This PGB kind of shows Shahu, because he did actually pull up in a lot of these team
Yeah,
fights again,
absolutely.
Right? Weibo Gaming again showed a lot of fight, which was very reminiscent to game number 2 in their previous series versus BLG, where they were winning that early game. However, I feel like the coordination for BLG, we have been saying this the entire year, team fights are queen for BLG. It's their bread and butter. You put them into a team fight situation, they're going to come out with a win.
It's also never where Weibo was strongest, right? We saw Weibo find a lot of strength this year in like 3-man roam squads, looking for picks, leaving Light by himself. So again, sadly, they got dragged into BLG's game. And again, Xiao had to go up against Knight on one of the best days of his career.
And what are we thinking about the bot lanes?
About the bot lanes?
I mean, I already said my piece on.
No, yes, you did. You did.
I'm gonna take it away from Ronan. I'm not gonna put it onto Light. I feel like it was really funny that in this particular last series, Elk flashed Varus before he logs in the Jhin, kind of showing like it's like, I know you're gonna pick your Varus. I'm gonna pick my Jhin into it. Like I know what your plan is here. Well, it wasn't that hard to figure out the plan because every other AD carry on Earth was pretty much banned out. But I feel like Light and Crisp took a little bit to turn on. Crisp kept getting baited into situations where he would just instantly engage without a second thought, and I don't necessarily think that Weibo were behind all of his plans. His first 2 games were a little bit disastrous, and I feel like when the team as a whole pretty much relies on Crisp to make the plays together with Tarzan around whoever else is fed, when one of those 2 links falls apart, Weibo Gaming looked like they fell apart on the Rift too.
Yeah. I think it checks out perfectly. So taking a look at now what we have for the regional bracket, if that's all right, we have BLG first seed, we have Top Esports making it through. Now we have Weibo again. We are going to be still having 3 days of action. If you may, don't go anywhere, please. What are you guys making out of what we are going to be seeing in these next 3 days with, NIP, JDG, and,
Okay, here's how it will go. So Weibo are going to beat LNG. They're qualifying. That is set in stone.
Yeah.
NIP against JDG, ignore the playoffs. JDG, they ain't dropping the ball again. JDG, if you're listening to me out there, come on. You guys got to step it up. And then, JDG against LNG, I'll once again bet on JDG. So there you have it, folks. Weibo, JDG.
I love how you just thought that the bracket came up for you to solve the riddle. I'm just gonna take it one step further. I'm looking at, so the top side is the upper bracket, which means that the winner qualifies through instantly to Worlds. The loser will play in the qualification match, which will face the winner of NIP JDG. And it breaks my damn heart because it's Rookie versus Kanavi. I am probably the biggest fan of Kanavi in the entire world. I think he deserves a title in the top 5 or even top 3 best in the world in his role. And it would break my heart to honestly not see the Rookie or Kanavi at Worlds. Rookie has had this curse behind him for years, He destroys EU and then he disappears.
But just think about the names, right? Because you're gonna feel bad for anybody. Because you have Xiao and Crisp, you have Scout and Gala.
It's heartbreak no matter what.
So it's definitely going to be an interesting next few days.
Yes.
And again, I think the best thing is, since BLG were so clearly the best team, we should now start getting some closer matchups, some, closer games, more fun matches. And yeah, it's going to be an exciting weekend.
You know what's really funny? Top Esports obviously had to be there in case Weibo Gaming did win.
They were just chilling in the back rooms.
That means that Top Esports would have to play tomorrow, right?
Yes.
And now they're chilling for the whole weekend. They're just spectators just watching the games from the arena.
Little vacation, I suppose.
Absolutely.
A week off. I think they take it. They've had a pretty intense year.
Yep.
Yes. And, well, guys, do we have any last thoughts before we, move on?
Final thoughts. I want to see more on Bard at Worlds. Please. If anything, maybe that's the secret weapon.
It's not Beryl. I'm just saying.
Hey, that might be the secret weapon for them to actually be able to take down Gen G. And, actually, that's kind of it. Today for me was really going to be the day of, all right, if it could be a 3-0. If it's a 3-0, a bit unfortunate, but great by BLG because this is the kind of throw you want to see, a very statement performance. But again, now it's the time for fun and games. Now it's the time for pure shenanigans with the matchups we have ahead.
I will absolutely agree with that. I feel like BLG establishing their dominance doesn't mean that all of the other matches are going to fall short.
Yes.
Weibo Gaming went through LNG, they went through Top Esports, 5-game series, both of them. Now we have again Weibo Gaming versus LNG. We're expecting another 5 games.
For the fans.
Yeah, and JDG and NIP, I feel like it's going to be the most interesting out of all of them because we saw those two teams absolutely crumble. Have they pulled it together? What strategies are they going to bring through? Because you're watching BLG and you're watching Weibo Gaming play and see what works for them. And I want to see what NIP and JDG are going to be adapting through to their series.
Actually, can I have one last question before we sign off?
All right.
I just out of
Shall we let
curiosity.
One last question.
You got something to do after this? I just want to know how you guys think that the placements compare now. I know you mentioned that BLG is just made an absolute statement by just, completely wiping Weibo, sadly.
Realistic.
I was going to say, to me, like, BLG Tez top 2 is super realistic. Could have even been in either order coming in. I guess it's just the way that Top Esports ended up being second seed that is surprising. But the placements themselves so far, very good. Now it's about those next ones, because I think especially if NIP end up making it to Worlds, despite having players like Rookie, I think that will surprise a lot of people.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm expecting Weibo Gaming to make it through. I really hope that these two series versus BLG have actually broken them. And I feel like LNG is a much more doable series for them. They've done it before. It took them 5 games, but they have done it before. So I'm expecting Weibo Gaming to go through. And I feel like the 4th seed is completely up in the air because I just don't know what form NIP and JDG are going to show up with.
Yes, exactly. I think that's going to be a very interesting next 3 days. But thank you guys so much for all your expertise today. It was lovely to be here. So, well, congratulations once again to BLG. Huge feat, amazing performance, and enjoy, party hard,
And watch regionals.
All right, guys, have a great time, and we will be seeing you in the next 3 days. So, bye-bye.
Finals. The vibe, but there's nowhere to run. And Elk will grab first blood finally, and Night has the solo kill against Xiaohu in the mid lane. What the? Out escape. Breeze puts the deer down. Breeze sent on the backside of the fight. Wei is back into the pit. Again! Twice in a single game, he robs Weibo blind. Again, like Weibo will need a miracle, and you. Winning the 2v2 again. Chris is being taken down. Xiaohu finishes him off. In comes Knight to try and save the day. Flushes to safety, and a Knight in shining armor indeed. Will finish one. Breed gets on to Elk as well, but he walks away with no HP. And 2 wins in 50 minutes total. It's not even been an hour of gameplay as BLG find match point. Onto on, Light finds the arrow on, down again. Chris gets a knockback, but it's onto Light. Bin gets the perfect targets for the Croc. Curtain call, can't finish the job though. Croc down, Weibo surviving. Has a chance, Pathmaker, no, Knight flushes into it and is pulled straight into the open arms of Weibo. What a fumble from the all-star mid laner, and here comes the Dragon. Knight looking to finish, but he's burnt asunder. Tarzan surviving as Elk has to carry. Can the Jin do the damage? And the deadly flourish. There's 4. Jin's favorite number, but he wants a 5th. The Penta for Elk. EDG and RNG are gone. The era of JDG is over. Now begins the aim